Welcome in, everyone. We are playing the Next World with the planetary exploration and the rocket ship DCs installed. This is a kind of a choose your own adventure survival game out of 2016. It's developed by Illuminated Games and its publishers AAD Productions. So I hope both of those people are doing well. I don't know much more about them, but they are. I mean, this game is pretty great. I've been enjoying myself. It's a lot of reading, though, so let's get into it. Oh, go back. No, me. Yeah, yes. We want to load. Here we are on day 12, struggling. We have our main colony, we have our hydroponics lab, which we have off like every 3 days, and then we have recycle, which it's not going well. We have 699 people out of the original 1500 that were on the ship. Our health is our morale is average, but our health is currently bad right now. Things are going downhill quickly. We have 20 days of food, 11 units of power, 14 resources, and we need more than that to make it through the day. We may need to go salvage something. So there's no resources or supplies here. This has some, but there's a storm. This has nothing. This has some, but we need power. That is the problem. And then we can only find more salvage if we explore. So, we need. Hold on. That's not what I needed. We need for this guy to go pick up this. We need 22 power and like 2 supplies to do it. We don't have the resources. We don't have the power specifically. We also need 10 supplies to build it. And enough power to do that too. So we're gonna have to pass today with. We're at normal rations. We're gonna have to pass today to try and build power so that our production gives us more power. It will not, however, produce us more food, but we're okay on food for a hot second, and once we get power, we will be in business. So the scramble to get power has been the thing that's killing us. Illuminated had a bunch of things in 2016 and 18 and then bought something out in 2023. AAD had a good spread in 2015 to 2021 in 2023 and last had something out mid-2024. Oh, well, they seem to be doing okay then. Don't know what they're working on now, but I hope they are doing well. All right, I have 2 idle vehicles. Yes, that is... We don't have the resources for this. We've lost 2 colonists due to rampant disease and poor health. We've used 24 supplies of food, water, medicine, but we're okay for 19 more days. And we've made more power. So now we can go fetch the thing, except we got shit going on. People are upsetty spaghetti, and I don't blame them. It's rough right now. A dark mood is brewing in the colony. People are getting restless, asking louder and louder questions about what really happened to make the Exodus crash. Public confidence in you is dropping rapidly while their questions remain unanswered. So now morale is bad. Guys, let me get power up and running and so we can power all the things, and then you can question me about shit. Please and thank you. Please go get that. How much power do I have left after that? I have some power left. Rover, I need you to go find shit. This will cost 9. 5, 4, 3. let's actually explore here. There's salvage here, so it's cheap. It's cheap. It's as good as that's gonna get. Yeah, as soon as I have power up and running, we'll be okay. We will be much better off. We have to pass the day to get the power plant. Oh boy. Transport 1 rolls out. Salvage material from the Exodus wreckage. Yay, we retrieved the reactor module. Salvage the reactor module, please. Thank you very much. We're still kind of fucked, but it's better. And now we can build the reactor module. What'd you find? Prepares to enter the unique area seen. Against all odds, you discover one of the ship's Bergman cores sitting in amongst the wreckage, still boiling with plasma after all this time. It spits out glowing white-hot fountains of the stuff at a frightening pace. Your crew pulls up at the edge of its range and weighs its options. Taking a live Bergman core back to the colony would be an extremely hazardous undertaking. Nothing you have or can make can really contain the thing. It might not even survive the trip. However, if your technicians could channel some of that plasma through a magnetic heat exchanger, it could generate an enormous amount of power for however long the core lasts. Alternatively, once you get it home, the core could be reset into star drive mode. This renders it incapable of supplying power, but it would keep it alive in stasis until you can find a way to use it as an engine. Either way, the choice will be permanent. We are going to leave it for now. Thank you very much. Getting your people showered in plasma isn't a risk you can afford to take right now. You decide to leave this sleeping dog lie and perhaps come back for it later, if it's still alive by then. Okay. So with that being done, you are building power. I kind of... People sleep here. Power generation should not be adjacent to where we sleep. Hello? Reactor. 16 resources? I didn't realize that. Okay, well, that is not what we can do. Nope. Wrong button. We will not be doing that. Okay. Six power, 20 supplies, 6 resources. There's only 2 there. 18 power. This has more supplies. Okay. Let's go salvage. Go there. Jeez Louise. Using too much power, but I need the supplies. I need to know what the heck is going on. I didn't realize I needed more. So we could take it home, which is something we can't do. Contain it, which we can't do. And turn it off so that we can stick it in the starship that we're not capable of making. Not sure about that plan. Well, just wait. Okay, so now we have the resources we need. Okay. And we learned a thing. What's here? Hello. Something interesting appears on the horizon when your rover crests a high dune, part of the ship's forward launch bay, and a big enough piece to yield useful salvage. Climbing inside these suspicions are confirmed. Held safe in its orbital deployment shell is a deep Earth probe designed to penetrate the planet's crust and locate mineral deposits for your mining modules. It's a little scuffed and shaken, but it looks like it could still run if you powered it. Conduct a mineral survey of this grid marker for 50 power. No, we will come back for it later. We do not have the scrap or the power for that. Okay, now we can freaking build this power module. Reactor, please. Yes. We have no more parts. But we are now making 83 power. See that? 83 power. This is what we needed. We have power. So I will be powering these things on in a bit, but it'll have to wait for tomorrow so that we have the power. But because of that, we have no parts. I can't send the rover out. He'll be broken. This is the end of the day. And then we can send things out for parts tomorrow. Actually, we can turn this thing on and convert, I guess. So that is what we got. Okay. Productive day. End the day, please. 97 power. Woo! Running your vehicles today costs 1 resource, which we didn't have, so it's probably broken. Alright. So I can turn these things on. So our power cost is 35, but our production is 83, so we've got so much power right now, which is so good. This can now convert supplies into resources. It's 10 power per conversion, but the power conversion cost is the same for converting 1 day versus 5 days. I don't need that many days. I'm gonna do, let's see here. A 1 day into 4 resources. That's really all I need. I'm not going to convert much. I just need enough resources to get things up and running. Feeding your supplies into the reactor brings the hungry machinery to life, reducing precious food and water and a few pieces of valuable raw materials and a large quantity of useless mulch. The exchange rate is distressing, but perhaps the sacrifice will work out in the long run. Yeah, I needed enough resources to run this bad boy for a salvage run. Yeah, this is empty. That's empty. This has some stuff. That has nothing. That has too little. This has some stuff. This has some stuff. 5 to 14 for 22 versus 6 to... yeah, we're just gonna go salvage all the crap over there. And then this bad boy can go check over there. Because we got the power for that and the supplies for that, and we're gonna get more supplies, and it's gonna be fine. So that is a much more productive day. I had to use this, it sucked, but we're now... doing better. We don't have resources being made yet because we don't have a mining unit built. But we got to salvage a little bit, and then we can build the mining unit, and then we can start producing resources. It's going to be fine. We're 16 days in. It's been rough. We're getting there. Health is now average. Morale is bad, but we're working on it. All right. So we salvaged 6 and resources and supplies, and 16 supplies. Running our vehicles costs 2. We produced 5 supplies because things are crazy. And we are not meeting the need of the 24 supplies that we are consuming per day, but we're getting there. And then we have extra power yet again, so power's good. What did we find? What did we find there? The day's search has been somewhat bittersweet resolution. Your rover crew returns home to report they found one of the ship's medical modules, what would otherwise be a fully equipped and provisioned hospital. Unfortunately, the module lies in ruins, smashed, burnt, and broken. It will never serve the patients it was meant to. The good news is that Rover 1 comes home laden with every bottle, syringe, pill, and ampule they could find in the wreckage. It's an immense shot in the arm for the colony's medical needs, equivalent to 40 units of supplies, as well as an immediate boost to health, thanks to the ability to treat the previously untreatable. Dr. Montero promises he will make the new meds last as long as he can. So, that has helped our health immensely. Solitude is approaching perihelion. lengthening and brightening the days as it bathes in extra light from the dim star. It won't last, but for now your solar panels welcome the windfall with open arms. Solar output is increased by 10 per day for 9 days. Okay, cool. And here we go. The end of day report from security contains a small footnote that draws your attention. Without any real evidence of wrongdoing beyond the mutual punch-up, security finally had to let troublemakers Werner Holtz and Jack Killian go. Mary wants to know if you'd like to place any special attention on either of them. Security is hard-pressed right now, and there's only enough manpower available to monitor one. However, Mary suggests that Werner could be placed in the care of his sister, Annetta. She's kept a low profile in her brother's affairs, not engaging with this feud at all, though it's obvious that Werner cares deeply for her. She may have a calming influence. So, we could monitor Werner, we could monitor Killian, we could place Werner in his sister's custody, or we could monitor Annetta, which is the sister. Bramble, welcome in. Congrats on the 20-month streak, my friend. Thank you for joining us today. We're making decisions. So we are playing The Next World. We have both the Planetary Exploration and the Rocket Ship DLC running in this, and we are 17 days in to what is essentially a choose-your-own-adventure strategy survival game. So there's base building involved, but there's also decision-making involved, of which I'm, as always, terrible at it. Absolutely terrible. Help me make decisions. Bramble, I need your help. So we had a punch-up between Killian, who was part of the survivors from the original group of survivors who made it through the crash on this planet in the middle of nowhere, where we are way off course. And this guy, Werner, who ended up wandering the desert wasteland of this planet for 4 days before he found where the rest of us had congregated. Werner claims, that Killian attempted to sabotage his cryo unit to kill him and then leave. It's possible, because everyone was very disoriented upon crash landing here, that everyone who survived the crash, that is, that Killian was just in shock. Perhaps he tried to open the cryopod to get him out, couldn't, put on an EVA suit, and left. We don't know what the truth of the matter is, but they've gotten into a fist fight over it. Werner accusing Killian saying, no, I would never. And we didn't know Killian personally for the last 4 days, but he's not caused trouble in the group of survivors for the last 4 days, of which there's a good few hundred of us, 697 currently. Some of which are, or now were, dying of radiation poisoning from a reactor leakage problem. Needless to say, we have had to deal with this. Annetta is Werner's sister. She was with us the whole time, as well as Killian. Didn't seem to have a problem with him. This is not a prior problem from before we crashed. This is a post-crash problem. And she has kept a low profile in her brother's affairs through this whole shindig. We just arrested the both of them because they got into a fist fight over this shit. Obviously, Werner attacked Killian. Killian defended himself. We're not trying to necessarily punish them. We just put them both in timeout to try and find out what the fuck is going on. But now it is time to let them back into the population to figure out, but we have to figure out what we want to do about it. So we can monitor Werner, who started the fight. We can monitor Killian to see if this accusation of murder is true. We could monitor Annetta to see what she's been up to this whole time. Or we could put Werner in his sister's custody and hope that his love for his sister is enough that she can calm him the fuck down from whatever crazy nonsense. Because it's just as equally possible that like there's no evidence that Warner tried, or Killian tried to kill Warner when their pod crash landed, because the ship ejected all of the cryostasis pods before the main body of it crashed, trying to save as much of the gear and people as possible before it crashed. And not all of the pods landed well. Like we started out with 1,500 and we're down to 697. Like, it's been a bad crash. Very bad. Not the worst possible, but very bad. So it's possible that Killian attempted to kill Warner for God knows what reason. It's possible that Warner, being still half in cryostasis, saw flashes of stuff it didn't quite process or understand it. We don't know. What we do know is that this problem has become our problem as the Lucy chick in charge. I wish we could choose several options. I would want to put Warner in his sister's custody and monitor Killian. I know, but we get one choice, so we got to figure out what we're doing. Personally, I think the most good that we can possibly do is put Warner in his sister's custody, which means we know somebody is taking care of him in his state of upset. And hope for the best. But this could be a bad choice. Like, this is my first run through in this game. I don't actually know what the good choices are. But thank you for letting me discuss it with me. I appreciate you. You decide to take Mary up on her suggestion and type up orders to make it official. The support of loving family is one of the most valuable things in an unstable an unstable person can have. Hopefully it's enough to keep him out of trouble. Now we have the option of monitoring Killian or monitoring Annetta to see if, like, she actually does calm down her brother. So, Werner says that Killian tried to kill him and wants to kill him back. So Killian is either a potential killer or a potential victim of a lunatic. So watching him makes some sense to cover both possibilities. I do that and put Warner in with his sister, since that won't take up any manpower, but not an option for both. Actually, totally an option for both. Thank you, Trav. Sorry that I clicked buttons before you could weigh in. We're going to monitor Killian and hope that Annetta can calm down her brother. Let's go. Something about Killian tickles your suspicions, and having him under surveillance just seems like a good idea at this point. If he really is up to something, he's bound to slip up sooner or later. And if he isn't, then we can catch Werner in the act of trying to kill him. Either way, positivity. Let's do nothing I have no other choices, but do nothing further. With Mary's marching orders all assembled, you hit send button and get on with the rest of your day. Only time will tell what's going to happen with this particular circus. This is my circus and these are my monkeys, unfortunately. Whew. That will solve so many problems, I think. Okay, so we have the power to pick up salvage. And we have... yeah. You need to explore here. You need to go pick up supplies. Go. Fetch. Okay, so that's my vehicles are doing things. We are slowing down our drain on food supplies. Well, food, medical, living supplies. We have such good energy production right now, but we do not have resources, so we need to pick up enough resources to build the mining modules so we can become a little more self-sufficient. All right, this is the survival base building part of the game. The only thing I have is I have a mining module. I know where to find an entertainment module. Yeah. We just need to go find things. Okay. You can't watch Werner because if Killian is actually a killer, he could go for anyone while Werner is fixated on one person. Yeah, exactly, Trav. Exactly that. However, part of me suspects the real answer is that it's always the option you didn't take. Yeah, we have a mining module. I don't have enough. I need 14 resources to build it. So I probably will build it over. Well, I can't. I have to build it off this. Okay, so yeah, I need 14 resources to build it. That's what I need. So we just don't have the resources to build it. We don't have the resources to build it yet. Next day. Let's see what happens. Here, yeah. So we salvaged 2 resources. We got 18 supplies. The running the vehicles cost 2 resources, so we net zeroed the resources. We produced 5 supplies. We ate 24 of them, but we gave ourselves more power. We've got lots of power. Power is not a problem anymore. What did we find? Yeah. Where did we find in the shield wall? The search doesn't go well as your crew surveys chunk after chunk of useless scrap. However, a secure emergency locker offers up some treasure. A fully stocked first aid kit and a charged energy cell. Just the kind of thing people would need to survive a spot of bother like a crash landing on an alien world. Dr. Montero welcomes the appearance of more medicine. An energy cell adds a nice reserve to your grid. 40 power and 5 supplies. Okay. But a dark mood is brewing. Look, I'm looking, guys. I'm looking. People are getting restless, asking louder and louder questions about what really happened to make the Exodus crash. Public confidence is dropping rapidly while their questions remain unanswered. Dudes, guys, I'm looking. They're mutinous now. This may be the end of me. All right, well. Go find the cockpit. Please, and thank you. You need to salvage supplies. Here. Go fetch. Thank you for the alert, Crafty Blue. I don't have anyone who needs to talk to me, so that's really the day. What do we find? Okay, so we can grab the entertainment module or we can scavenge. We're going to scavenge. So I don't quite have the amount I need for the mining, but we're getting there. But we did get more food. So that helped. I think we're at a net 0 for the resources today. Because we made 5 and we picked up 20 and we ate 24. So we actually have 1 extra for today, but we still need to work on that. The mood in the colony has been odd for a few days now, quiet and subdued, but not at the same time, as evidenced by the reports of violence and brawling coming from the security office. No one meets your eyes when you walk the halls. People always seem to be whispering, only to stop when you get near. Production hasn't dropped exactly, but work has been more and more slapdash, with many preventable accidents on the job. It all culminates in a signed petition for an emergency town meeting in the habitat, all in accordance with the Exodus mission charter, which requires the commander to attend. This is where I get booted out, unfortunately. A packed house awaits your arrival. The atmosphere is grim, and their elected spokesperson, Shen, naturally, takes the podium to dryly inform you that your leadership has been found wanting. You've lost majority support among the colonists, and a formal vote of no confidence has been filed to be ratified in a week's time. Shen yields the podium to give you a chance to argue your case. We could attempt to sway the people with a rousing speech, suggest a fair election instead, apologize and promise to do better, or call security and quell any dissent. I would prefer to apologize, personally. We have been doing the best we can, but we've been having to make hard choices. I don't believe I have the charisma to sway the people with a rousing speech. We tried that earlier. It didn't go well. We could... Suggesting a fair election would also be okay, I think. Calling security? Absolutely not the play here. I mean, Mary will back me up, but... absolutely not the fucking play here. Well, if someone else gets in charge, there's no way of trusting they won't abuse their power, and the people aren't really looking for someone who can do the job. They're just scared and looking for a scapegoat. Yeah. Well, I can't answer their questions, and I keep making difficult decisions. People are dying. People don't have a lot to do. They don't... The mood is low primarily because it is a bad situation, and it's not getting better quickly, and... honestly, I think the apologizing and the promising to do better is about as good as I can, because I had to search for power. I had to search for medical supplies. I was taking pot shots in the dark in a wide area to find the things we need to survive. So I found the power, and now we're, banking power. Now I need to get supplies up and running so we can keep continuing, so we can go find more food options. And it's been less than 3 weeks. Maybe security is the right play. I don't think security is the right play here so early. I mean, I appreciate your suggestion, but I don't think so. I'm gonna apologize. That's where I'm leaning, and maybe it's the wrong choice, but it's a me choice. It's fine. I will take responsibility for poking the buttons. No sense trying to stem this tide. Instead, you humble yourself before them, admitting loudly that you've made a hash of things and that you'll move heaven and earth to set it right. Please, won't they give you another chance? It seems they will. Or at least more of them than you had before. They agree to delay the vote of no confidence by an extra week to give you a chance to salvage the situation. Perhaps by then you'll be able to raise morale enough to avoid the chop. We knew going into things that Lucy is the more difficult morale character. So what did we find? Spots a landmark that can be seen for miles around. A scanning antenna torn from the Exodus's bridge section. Despite being twisted and bent, the antenna still towers above the surrounding landscape, which gives your rover crew an idea. They take the opportunity to climb to climb and make a detailed survey of everything in the visible area. 1 adjacent grid markers explored. Oh, that's good. That's good. What did we find? Excuse me? Okay. I explored over here, not down here. The fuck, dude? I explored over here. It should have given me one of these. Okay. This is an energy cell that has supplies. Go explore there. You. Five resources, but better power cost. That's been emptied out. That's been emptied out. This has been emptied out. This didn't have anything. This has 6 resources. Yeah, I'll do that. So that should be all the vehicles good. Hopefully that will get me enough to build mining. That's what I need. Just need to build mining. Alright. And we need to salvage the flight computer, but we gotta find it first. We salvaged 6 resources. It cost 2. We now have enough resources to build mining tomorrow, which is great. We only picked up 9 supplies, so we're still eating into our supplies, but that's okay. And we got more power, so we're definitely got a power bank going. What did we find? Your rover crew returns from the day's work to report success. They located the missing bridge section, finally, in the grid, and although they couldn't gain access to the interior, they suggest an immediate follow-up mission to bring you personally to the crash site with enough tools to force your way in. There's no delaying this one. Filled with burning curiosity, you pull on your EVA suit and meet Transport 1 arriving at the motor pool in a similar hurry, all ready to go. Okay, I can finally bring them answers. So we are playing Lucy. This is Shen. Good evening, Lucy. I hope you don't mind me tagging along. Of course not, Shen. I don't recall inviting you. That's why I saved you the trouble. Do you honestly think I'd let you leave me out of this? You know better. Dude, why is Shen suddenly our rival? We were in this together. We are co-leaders. What the fuck, dude? Shen holds your gaze with a calm zen-like firmness, an immovable object that's not going anywhere except along with you. Alright, Takagi, just try not to get in the way. You can see Base and one of his assistants outside the motor pool airlock, outfitting your rover under a heavy floodlight. He notices you standing inside and gives a thumbs up. Hold up. I'm afraid I can't let you both go for a walk without adequate protection. Meaning myself. I don't want you running into trouble out there and leaving me in command of this place. I don't blame you, Mary. But the colony... My deputies can handle things in our absence, and I've written a full emergency plan in case we don't come back. I'm afraid I won't take no for an answer. There's another small commotion at the back of the motor pool, and you spot another figure in an EVA suit coming towards you with a casual, self-assured stroll. Oh, hi, Dan. Ms. Carver, Mr. Takagi, you'll need me with you given my status as one of the project scientists. Right. That might not be a bad idea. Seems we've got quite a few volunteers. Is anyone else coming? I don't believe so. As I recall, Ms. Gorman is still a little hesitant about the beta and gamma rays present at the crash site, and my company, yeah. Our lead engineer does not like our head scientist / medic. It's pretty funny. Well, you're welcome as far as I'm concerned, Doctor. Thank you, ladies first. Your little group makes its way outside to where Base and the rover are waiting. There's no need for further discussion as you set off towards the coordinates on your hand brain to get to the bottom of this crash. I don't know why they decided to go with calling their basically their tablet or their cell phone or their pad a hand brain, but it's a brain that you hold in your hand, so there you go. The night drive is quiet apart from the distant roar of thunder accompanied by faint but frequent lightning flashes off to your right. That dust storm isn't expected to blow this way, but even so, the vivid scarlet-red bolts hammering the surface trigger some primitive alarm system in the back of your brain. It's not a good color for lightning. It keeps breaking the fantasy of being back on Earth, sitting in the warm and dry while a pleasant, lazy summer storm drifts past. The orphaned bridge section appears out of the debris field, battered and broken, but by some small miracle, it seems to have landed approximately the right side up. With the extra tools you brought, you should be able to succeed where your exploration crew failed. You arrive at the base of the metal hulk, and it soon becomes obvious why nobody could get inside before. Every inch accessible from the ground is a twisted mess. Bent pipework, deck plates crumpled like paper, ragged electrical wires wrapped around everything as if they were ribbons on a present. God, this thing is in shambles. Really makes you think. I don't know about you, but I want to know what happened and who to blame. Don't jump to conclusions. Maybe it was just an accident or human error. There's always a chance. There's a sharp clank of metal settling as your plasma torch finishes cutting through. A bit of pushing and pulling dislodges the loose bit of barricade, and you help to lift it out, leaving a neat hole into the interior. That should do it. I'll go first. You climb through the hole with careful, deliberate movements, very much aware of the sharp bits of metal all around you. Inside, the bridge section is tilted at a pronounced but manageable angle, and you find yourself in what appears to be the remains of an office space. That's a cool effect. I have a flashlight. Several pictures hang on the wall show Captain Singh in official dress uniform standing next to various important people. The United Nations President, Joachim Kahler, an older man you don't recognize wearing an expensive business suit, Dr. Montero, and the other Exodus mission scientists in a group. Singh's stateroom. Such a pity we lost her. The bridge will be down the hall and on the right. Handbrain has been around for quite a while. I strongly suspect it originated in Schlock Mercenary, which was pretty popular. It might have. I just thought it was interesting. Considering the way we use our cell phones these days, it's pretty much a handbrain. Takes a bit of cajoling, but Base manages to unlock the emergency door mechanism and winches it open. The hallway beyond is clean and uncluttered. You could almost imagine you were back in space, except for the gravity pulling at an angle down the deck. Finally, you reach the bridge where you served for those few days out of port before heading into cryo. Memories of it come back to you. The great viewport, now cracked and shattered, and everyone's duty stations, even though most of the chairs have been ripped away, and the consoles are smashed. It's strange to see it so torn up. I'll switch her over to emergency batteries. That should light this place up a bit. Will it be enough to power Janet? Janet? The ship's AI. She was responsible for safe operation while the crew was in cryo. For all we know, she could also be responsible for the crash, but she's our only way into the databanks if all the consoles are this badly damaged. Then I hope she's in a good mood. Yeah, apparently that's where it originated. The author's very amused that it's been picked up and used elsewhere. Congrats to the Schlock Mercenary. That's awesome. Good on them. It's a simple enough job to engage the auxiliary batteries. Base opens the panel marked in red and black stripes, flips the heavy switch, and nods in satisfaction as several of the bridge lights sputter to life. A few of the consoles spark violently, and one begins to burn with a small electrical fire behind its smashed screen. But it's nothing particularly dangerous. What's more, the disembodied bust of a woman flickers to life in front of you, wavering as drifts of dust pass in front of the hollow projector beam. The image is clear, if a little weak. The projector must have gotten off light compared to the rest of the bridge. Proximity object warning. Exodus AI now online. It seems my time codes are a little off. Greeting, Lucy Carver. Ship's navigator, Shen Takagi, co-pilot. System recognizes your likeness and approves security verification. Hello, Janet. It's been a while. We were hoping you could answer some questions for us. Interference from your EVA equipment. We have crash-landed on the unidentified planet with a significant number of survivors, who have already lasted 20 days, correct? Oh, inference from your EVA equipment. I can read, guys. Really, I can. Yes, that's right. This matches expectations. I apologize, I could not do better. Janet, what happened up here? Exodus suffered a cascade of critical systems failures, beginning with my late activation. I should have been awakened upon entry into any solar system. Instead, it was not until the proximity alert that I was made aware of our collision course with a small rocky world orbiting 284G Eridanus. Okay, we figured out that we were near Eridanus. So at least as far as navigation and astronomy, we've kind of hit ourselves, like we hit it on the nose. I attempted to obtain a safe orbital vector. Unfortunately, my efforts proved ineffective. Engines and thrusters both failed to fire. Final vector checks determined that complete destruction of the ship was a certainty. I had to get creative. Blowing the corridor hatches at strategic points allowed me to change our altitude through atmospheric drag. This straightened the ship and lengthened our flight path, giving me enough time to launch all onboard pods and containers. Impact was inevitable. Main power was lost 7 seconds after impact. My systems went back into hibernation. That is my last record until you reactivated me. Engines and thrusters both failed to fire? This ship was built to unbelievable tolerances. The chances of that happening are astronomical. I knew it. It was a setup. We don't know that for sure yet. We shouldn't rule out accidental causes until we're certain, and until we've got sufficient evidence. Think what you want, Takagi. My course was sound. It wasn't an accident that brought us here. Lucy takes out her handbrain and taps furiously at the keyboard, inputting a string of coordinates. Once finished, she holds it up for Janet to read. These are my figures. Where does it lead? It is an interstellar course originating from Earth and terminating in orbit around the habitable planet of Tanalon in the Gliese 581 system. That's right. This girl does not make mistakes. Question is, why didn't we end up there? The figures provided by Navigator Carver do not match the course currently on file. What? There's a great deal of corruption and damage in my databanks. However, the ship's course is part of core memory. The course currently on file originates from Earth and terminates in the 284G Eridanus system, directly in the path of this planet. When was it put in? All coordinates were purged from the ship's log by bridge console access 33 hours after securing the crew in cryosleep. Oh yeah, no. This was fucking sabotage. the astronomically small amount of mechanical failure that could have caused everything to stop working, to cause the onboard AI that's supposed to monitor and make sure that everyone gets there safely to fail to come online in time to save them. This was absolutely done on purpose. All of these people were sent to die by God knows who. But we're gonna find out. That's for sure. A backup was automatically accessed by the auto-navigation system. This backup must have contained the altered course. No trace of it remains. Shortly afterwards, the Exodus entered a low power state, which resulted in my hibernation. This was not supposed to happen except in case of severe power failure during interstellar flight. So that's why Earth couldn't wake us up after the course change. Nobody was listening. Convinced yet, Takagi? Maybe. Janet, can you display the ship's message log for us? Negative. Heavy corruption in my data banks prevents me from retrieving those files. Janet, apply security code Delta Mu Beta 418 and acquire low-level drive access. A sharp whirring hum begins to emanate from behind the bridge bulkheads, soon joined by a repetitive mechanical grinding noise. You've heard this symphony before. It's the sound of damaged storage systems trying to force themselves back to life. Low-level drive access acquired. Thank you, Dr. Montero. Commencing playback. As promised, the log is a fractured mess. Janet's holoprojector does what it can to present a coherent picture. You recognize a few faces that flicker by, people from the control center, their expressions deeply lined with worry and their voices drowned out by heavy static. Snatches of text from what looked like newspaper reports, novels, and fashion magazines. Earth was keeping the Exodus thoroughly updated on the 60 years of culture they'd miss out in space. More snatches of video come in. Reporters in front of government buildings. Computer-generated infographics of the Exodus and its course divergence. A press conference. A slightly older man in a sharp white suit marches up to the podium with the eyes of a scientist and the smile of a businessman. The Exodus mission logo is projected onto the wall behind him. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Dr. Montero stifle a gasp, cupped hand bouncing off his helmet visor. Have full confidence that control of the ship will be restored any day now. We have multiple teams of the finest minds from that Bowman Enterprises will continue to lead the field of private space exploration and colonization. The view flickers back to the reporters, an endless variety of them from all over the world, then a hard white flash, turning people and objects into black silhouettes of themselves. Then nothing. This seems to be a common theme in many of the recordings. Flashes happening everywhere, freezing people in time before the camera cuts out. Things move far out. Far, far out. You see white-gloved hands struggling with a camera as the pockmarked gray landscape of the moon pitches and yaws in front of you. Finally, the camera focuses on the sky and zooms back in. The little blue ball that is Earth floats serenely in a sea of nothingness. A series of bright flashes shows that from somewhere in South America, Brazil perhaps, then with growing horror you can see the clouds forming in the lower atmosphere, the mushrooms of dust and ash and flame. They soon cover the entire continent, hiding it from view. Much of Europe is next, then Africa, then everywhere. Nothing. And no one is spared from the firestorm of the maelstrom of dust it sends up, promising winter and darkness for decades to come. Megatons and megatons of nuclear fire continue to batter the Earth until it's no longer blue, but an ugly swirling brown. The view pans away and you realize the camera person is clutching their helmet in despair. You can hear a dull female voice echoing, "We're dead. We're all dead." The projection abruptly disappears, replaced by Janet's unreadable expression. That is the last message received from Earth. Afterwards, several low-power transmissions were beamed to the Exodus from Mars and the asteroid belt, pleading for assistance. The last of these stopped transmitting approximately 3 months later. Earth is gone? Jesus, do you know what this means? Humanity is dead. The entire solar system. We're all that's left. I think I'd like to go home now. You step forward and fit your handbrain into the data port near Janet's projector. It beeps in protest, but that hardly matters now. The blinking red warning in the corner of the screen is soon suppressed. Janet, copy all uncorrupted data to this extension, then shut down. Acknowledged. File transfer complete. Goodbye. But what are we... We're going to spend some time thinking about this very hard. In the meantime, nobody breathes a word to anyone. Understood? Nobody. Yeah, you got it, boss. I agree. The last thing we need is a panic on our hands. I really don't think... You can argue all you like, Doctor, but this is what's happening. We have what we came for. Let's get out of here. I mean, we're it. We are it. This is all of humanity. 697 people. This is all that's left. Everybody who lived in solar system were depending on Earth's resources for food, supplies, water. This stuff was being shipped out to them in, you know, on the moon, on Mars, on anywhere else they lived. There is no more. The fact that we are a colony that has the capacity, that had, or perhaps still to some degree has the capacity to build our own stuff. Like, technically speaking, Trav, this is far enough in the future that according to Dr. Daniel Montero, we only need 50 people to have a large enough genetic diversity to repopulate. We have 697. So they have some amount of advanced medical understanding to ensure that the genetic diversity is enough or something. So we just need 50 people to survive. We have 697. We can repopulate. According to, this. Now, you and I know that in actual reality, this is not true. But this is where we're at. This is where we're at. So we have people who need to talk to us. We have vehicles who need to go out and do things. We need to build the mining station. Apparently we don't have... Okay, fine. I have to do it through this menu. I can't just automatically do it. There we go. Mining. Yes. Would I have preferred it to be here? Yes. Is that where I had the chance to put it? No. So mining has gone online. Yay for us. Let's talk to Dan first. One small detail has been left hanging ever since your trip to the Exodus's bridge. You remember Montero's reaction to the recording of that man at the press conference. For the usually reserved doctor to show a shock like that, it's got to be worth following up on. Montero waves politely as you walk in, but makes you wait while he finishes drawing blood samples from a pale, wan-looking colonist. Finally, he removes his gloves and comes to greet you. Ms. Carver, to what do I owe the unexpected pleasure? Let's cut the bullshit, Doctor. Back on the bridge, you recognize that man in the recording. I want to know more. Ah, you noticed that. I suppose there's no reason to hide it from you. His name is Flag Bowman. Flag Bowman? You mean the owner of the company that funded the Exodus mission, yes. And also its chief scientist. I didn't think he gave press conferences. I've never seen his face before. Yes, provided that they have up-to-date medical support. He gave that assessment before we even knew how much medical technology and support we had available to us, Trav. So I'm going to just assume that his in-world knowledge would be enough. I didn't think, yeah. Not many people have. He's very reclusive. The only people who really know him are the people who have worked with him, such as the senior Exodus scientists. I must admit I was surprised. It was surprising. As far as I know, he's never appeared in public like that before. The heat must have been on since the Exodus started drifting off course. I can only speculate. He had a great deal invested in this mission. Exodus was as much a publicity stunt as a real project, and although there were other contributors, Bowman's company paid most of the bill. They spent billions developing the Brigman engines, the long-term cryostasis capsules, the computer systems, advancing humanity's spaceflight capability by a century in the space of 8 years. It must have been a disaster for the company to watch us break apart from our flight plan. Forcing Bowman to put in personal appearances was probably their last resort. So you knew Bowman? As well as anyone, I suppose. We were lovers for a time. Eventually we drifted apart as we both prioritized the work over any personal entanglements. In that regard, he was probably the most driven man I've ever known, even more than myself. I admit, after all this time, I still feel like I barely scratched the surface from what was going on in his mind. We parted after I met the woman who would later become my wife. It was amicable enough, though I haven't spoken to him since finishing my research 2 years ago. What were you working on? It was the usual things an astrobiologist in a colony mission does. Low gravity health, cryonics, microbial terraforming, and such. Towards the end, terraforming was our main focus. We hoped to spur Tantalon into becoming a second Earth. Flag ultimately stopped work on it due to pressure from environmentalist groups who didn't want any potential indigenous life to be contaminated or destroyed. I can't say I disagree with them. The idea of ruining such a monumental find is abhorrent. All the same, we could have at least brought the microbes and only deployed them if we found it to be a barren world. Or if we ended up on the wrong planet, as the case may be. Strange that that particular recording was beamed up to us. I couldn't say. Perhaps it was intentional, or perhaps some computer program on Earth decided it was news relevant to the Exodus and forwarded it along. I apologize if this conversation was not as interesting or enlightening to you as you hoped, Ms. Carver. Enlightening, maybe not, but interesting. I appreciate you telling me, Doctor. Happy to be of service. Until next time. Is his wife with us? That's what I'm curious about. Let's talk to Base. Base's request for a private conversation was excruciatingly polite. Something's really bugging him, and there's certain things that can't be said properly in electronic text. You decide to take him up on it. It's a pain, but knowing what he knows, you can't afford to risk alienating him. Loose lips would sink this colony right now, and everybody needs to be on your side. You catch the mechanic at his workbench, staring down at a neatly arranged assortment of tools and parts, ready to be put back together. However, he's not working. The look in his eyes is a million miles away. Hey Hicks, you called? Startled, Base immediately snaps out of his thoughts and jumps to his feet. Hey boss, sorry about that. I was just thinking about that thing I wanted to talk to you about. It's what we saw on the bridge. About keeping it quiet. That had better not mean what it sounds like. No. You can count on me for sure. It's just... I don't know. I'm struggling to keep this in. Earth. Gone. All those people. Doesn't everyone deserve to know? I wish it were that simple is probably the most honest answer there. It's not that we don't want to tell everyone, it's that we know that the outrage and grief and shock that learning that there is no backup, that everybody they left behind is dead, not just living their lives elsewhere, is going to cause a massive reaction. And it's not as simple as just being like, let's grieve together. Just as it hasn't been that as simple as let's grieve together over the loss of so many people on the crew has been. We can't break ranks now sounds terrible. I don't want to use that line because it essentially is like, you know, we know best for everybody and we just have to continue in this way. Like, we're not keeping this information to ourselves out of trying to be controlling. We're keeping this to ourselves, trying to figure out how to tell people without everything breaking down. It could galvanize them to work together. It's true. We'll tell them soon is probably the truth. Like, this is not a forever secret. Absolutely cannot ever, like, people are gonna find out. Given enough time passing and having no contact from Earth, people are going to find out. Like, if we were so off course that they noticed, there should be somebody coming to find out what the fuck happened to us, you know? But there's nobody to do that, so... While it might not apply in-game, in real life, research shows that with major catastrophes and such, the populace actually handles it well. It's when secrets are kept and then it's found out that people tend to react poorly. You are correct. So we'll tell them soon is, I think, the honest thing, most honest thing. Like, it's not simple, but We'll tell them soon, I think, is the honest thing. It's not like we're going to keep it forever. This, again, this was never a forever secret. This is a, oh shit, how do we tell the people this? We've only been here 2 weeks. I don't know about you, but I had a pretty stressful landing and I'm still kind of shaken up. We need to give people time to recover before breaking news like this. I know, boss. I know. This is the biggest secret anyone's ever kept, but I'll keep my mouth shut, I swear. Do you mind if we talk about something else for a bit? Anything? Just talk? Yeah, let's find out more about him. Okay. How did you get into the vehicle business? Once a gearhead, always a gearhead? Thank you for the lurk, PP. I hope TCG Card Simulator is taking care of you. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, we're probably going to go raid her later, but I'm gonna give her a little shouty, just because I adore Psycho Phoenix so much, and she's always a supportive, sweet woman. So I'm gonna be a supportive, sweet woman back. If Base is surprised by your question, he doesn't show it. He only seems relieved at having some other topic to get his mind off. Not for a job. I grew up in Chicago and spent most of my teens and 20s as a nightclub bouncer, but one day I bought a classic 2020 Chevrolet and I poured every penny I had into restoring her. Then, once I finished, I started upgrading. Then I got into the street racing circuit before they banned human-operated cars. Didn't matter that my car was decades older than anything else running. She couldn't corner worth a damn, but she'd eat anyone on the streets. I thrashed most of those new MGs and Mitsubishis with the smart wheels and everything. With bets and prize money, I started making more from racing than I ever did bouncing. If that Chevy hadn't been my life before, she was then. I learned everything about engines and electrics and how to tune the computer just right. Then I guess things got a little too serious. Some guy with a little bit too much to lose got one of his buddies to run me off the road at 200 miles an hour. I ended up taking down 2 streetlights and a concrete mailbox. My car was in shreds, and I broke just about every bone you can break and still survive. Spent about 4 months in hospital grieving hard. Meanwhile, some politicians started campaigning for that car ban, using security cam footage of my own damn crash. It was all over before I could even walk again. Like my whole life got swept out from under me. Then I heard about Exodus, saying they were still going to use real drivers, and I knew I had to sign up. It was the only place in the galaxy I could still get behind a steering wheel. Sounds like you're in the right place then. I guess so. What's going on isn't what I signed up for, but I guess I'm okay as long as I still get to drive around and crawl inside an engine bay or two. Thanks for the talk, boss. It helped. Don't let me keep you, though. I'll be alright. Okay. Keep up the good work, Hicks. Yeah, you can count on me. You leave base a more peaceful man than you found him. His silence seems firmer now, and you're confident that any future information leaks won't be coming from him. Alright, rival, what's going on? Ever since the events of the first day, you've spoken to Shen on and off, but he's been quiet lately. Until now. A message on your handbrain asks you to meet him somewhere quiet and alone for an important talk. He acknowledges you with a nod as you arrive. Glad you could make it. You made it sound important. It is. There's something you ought to know. Trying to put this delicately. There's an opposition group in the colony. Small, but growing. That's not so keen on the way you've been running things, or at the very least, who's running things. They want a change of leadership and they're getting organized. So who do they want in charge? Well, me. Why now? See, the way they set it up in the beginning, I was under the assumption that me and Shen were on the same fucking team. Mr. Scrake, welcome and thank you for the lurk. I hope your BG3 fun is in being enjoyable. Yep, the Death to Humanity faction won and destroyed Earth and tried to destroy us, for that matter. The fact that we survived at all, we had a very slim chance of doing it, and it's all because the AI got creative. Dang, 40 streak. Let's go, Mr. Scrake. Thank you so much for sticking around, my friend. Yeah, this is not I should have known. Like, I don't like this scenario because Shen was not set up as a rival. Like, we've butted heads on things, but we've never... It's always been like between which is the best course of action, you know, what you want to do or what I want to do. And then we discuss it and maybe we didn't agree on it, but it, you know, it still went one way or the other. I always thought that Shen and I were on the same page. So this whole rivalry between the two essentially main characters is just weird to me. This is a little bit sloppy, I think, in the writing, but the writing itself is fairly good. I just think that this dynamic could have had more lead up for it. It feels too soon. We've only been here like 2 weeks, you know? I blame the dolphins. It's revenge for what we did to the oceans. That's fair, Trav. It's either the dolphins or the octopi at this point. Also, what can make Necromancer Wizard better? Obviously, the 6th level dips into Death Cleric. I mean, obviously. Nah, haircut like that, he was clearly set up to be antagonist coded. Well, see, here's the thing. If you picked Shen to play Shen instead of Lucy, then Lucy's your rival. So, like, either way. I think that he's kind of trustworthy. He let you know it's happening. He feels awkward that he's being put forward as the replacement. I agree. I think I'm just going to ask, like, why now? Because this isn't an I should have known, and this isn't an I need to think about this. It's, but why? But why, though? Why do they want you over me? Like, how can we make this better? We're in this together. Let's figure this out. You know, that's why now? Do you really think now is a good time for a power grab? Damn it. It's not about power. It's about civilization. We're supposed to have one, remember? We came from democracy back on Earth, and I'd like to think we haven't totally abandoned our humanity along the way. Okay. Democracy does not equal humanity. That is a misconception right there. That line could have been reworked. And okay, we get to ask the question, then we still are down to I should have known and I need to think about this. Oh my god. I don't like this scenario at all. I don't like it. I should have known is so accusatory. Democracy is the worst form of government there is, aside from all the others that we've tried. That's fair, Trav. That is fair. Democracy is 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. The sheep, obviously. Yeah. I need to think about this. I'll consider it. No guarantees, Takagi. All I wanted to do was let you know. All right, message delivered. I'll talk to you later. This really should have been a discussion about, hey, what's going on with this group? You know, what are their priorities? What are their needs? How is it that we can help them better so that they don't feel that they need to replace leadership in this time of absolute back-to-back crises? Like, insert Palpatine, I love democracy. Yeah, Mr. Scrake, exactly. It's just, this should have been a conversation between 2 leaders, because we're both leadership on this shit show of a colony, going, you know, what is this faction forming around? What is their problems? How can we, you know, sort them out so that they're less antagonistic? And yeah, like, I see such potential in this particular situation for a different route. Sure. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Behind you, I thought I saw someone walking down the hall. You cough and clear your throat, getting yourself back under control. No reason to be jumping at shadows. In a colony of hundreds, there was bound to be someone who looked vaguely like Connor from a distance. It's nothing, just a resemblance. I'd better go. Catch you later, Takagi. Who the heck is Connor? Is that your your baby daddy? What the fuck? You don't give Shen a chance to say goodbye when making your exit. A little abrupt, maybe, but you've lost your appetite for conversation. The thought of Connor always leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Better to put it out of your mind. Is your ex trying to get you actively killed? What the fuck? But it never hurts to make a couple of calls just in case. Oh dear. Yeah, we definitely have somebody attempting to sabotage us. Still on board. Your day is interrupted by a loud, sudden explosion coming from outside the habitat. There's a sharp electrical crackle. The lights flicker and then go out. The panic is immediate. People begin to flail about in the darkness, screaming, stampeding in the enclosed space like a herd of cattle. Without power, the doors refuse to open. The comforting background hum of the air filtration system begins to sputter and die. Finally, the red emergency lighting springs to life, providing some comfort. The door is automatically unlocked with an audible thump. A few quick-thinking colonists pop the emergency access panels and begin to winch them open, giving people an escape out into the corridors and calming down what could have been a very ugly situation. One of the first faces you see entering the cafeteria rather than leaving it is Mary. She looks around and approaches with laser focus when she finds you in the crowd. Yeah, she went to go find the leader and protect the leader. Fair. It's the first time you've ever seen her flushed and out of breath. She's obviously been doing a lot of sprinting in this brief couple of minutes. Lucy, we have a situation. That explosion came from the reactor module. It's automatically sealed itself off due to an atmosphere breach. Where's Gorman? She was inside at the time of the explosion. We'd know more, but Mr. Hicks hasn't been much help so far. Well, we can't just sit around. Let's go. Affirmative, ma'am. Gotta count on Lucy. The red light is a constant companion as you rush through the corridors past endless rows of confused and frightened colonists. As promised, Base is there at the reactor module, elbow deep in a control console next to the door. Anxious sweat pours down his face. Look, he's doing his best. Whatever he's doing apparently requires a great deal of concentration. There! What's going on, Hicks? Hey boss, I think I got this. Replaced a couple of parts and patched a battery into the internal sensor. It should give us a picture of what's going on inside. Base invites you around his handbrain with a dangling data cable plugged directly into the wall. It's showing a dizzying variety of atmospheric feedback. Graphs of all kinds and colors move in peaks and valleys across the screen. You recognize at least a few. One particularly eye-catching red line shows the levels of ionizing radiation inside the reactor module. That's a lot of hard rads. Everybody in there was working in EVA suits, but those won't hold for long. Then it's a good thing we're not there anymore. Oh, thank God. Nina's voice rings out from an air duct underneath the floor. Wisps of smoke rise from her EVA suit, which seem to bubble faintly as if covered in acid, but she looks okay. So does the line of shell-shocked engineers behind her. Base and Mary immediately move to get her out, but she violently waves them back. Don't. We're all contaminated. Get Hicks to put on his helmet and bring some decon foam, then seal this corridor until we're clean. At Nina's instruction, the engineers are decontaminated one by one, and she emerges from the corridor with a vengeful gleam in her eye. I am seriously wanting to read Schlock Mercenary again. How was such an absurd and ridiculous comic also so thoughtful and philosophical? The person behind it was an intelligent person who had a lot to say. I told you that reactor was going to be trouble. I thought you had the situation in hand. I did, until something blew up right next to me. Took Jenkins full in the face. She's dead now. If she hadn't been in the way of the shrapnel, I would be too. Are you saying part of the reactor exploded? No, the machinery was fine. As fine as it's possible for it to run with all the jury rigging I've had to do. This wasn't an equipment failure. Are you absolutely sure about that? I know what equipment failure looks like, Mary, and that wasn't it. This was an improvised explosion. How much damage it did, I couldn't say. We could be looking at a major nuclear event. If not now, then later. When the coolant runs out and we can't refrigerate it back to temperature. Mary draws her gun without hesitation and takes up a protective position down the corridor. She instructs a couple of security deputies to do the same, though they lack her firepower. If we have a saboteur, they could still be after you. Do you need to do what you need to do in there? I'll keep the approaches covered. We need more information. Someone has to go back in to check out the damage and figure out how much we can fix it. Hicks, you've got the job. Me? Come on, Hicks. You're the only one here with an uncontaminated suit, and you've got the engineering experience to make sense of things. With me to help you. I'll rig up a wire so we can maintain comms through the interference. Hicks, you're gonna save the day. I believe in you, man. The rig is done quickly, and despite Base's reluctance, he gets badgered into it anyway. He makes his way into the reactor module and confirms the damage with video and commentary. An explosion originated at one of the control consoles, sending shrapnel out towards the reactor like a shaped charge. Crude, but effective. However, their bad luck might be what saves your colony. Their suits and bodies shielded the reactor from a lot of the flying shrapnel. The fuel sphere remains intact. It leaks only slightly more radiation than before. All the built-in safety mechanisms triggered properly, standing down the reactor and turning it into a virtually inert chunk of metal. A very hot, inert chunk of metal. Of course, that does mean it's not providing any power to your colony right now. Nina makes noises about being able to patch most of the damage. Only one thing makes her go pale. A large rectangular box has sheared almost clean off the reactor, spilling out wires and dripping fluid tubes as if they were the innards of a wounded animal. Bubbly scorch marks decorate the spots where metal and plastic have been melted by hot plasma. Ah, shit. That's the fuel feed cooler. What do we do about it? Nina takes a breath, marshaling herself. The usual get things done spark returns to her eyes. There's only one solution. We're going to have to recover a feed cooler from the Exodus. All right, I'm listening. Well, bad news first. We'd have to go on foot. We won't be able to use the vehicles. What the hell do you mean we can't use the vehicles? Sorry, Lucy, but they run on electricity. We're going to need every drop of juice we can get to maintain what's left of the cooling system. Solar power might be able to keep life support going, but with the damage to our fuel sphere, that reactor is still a threat. If the emergency containment goes out, any expedition we send is going to come home to an irradiated wasteland. On top of that, we're going to have to cast a pretty wide net. We need as many volunteers as we can get on this, more than our vehicles could carry. 50 to 100 bodies if we can manage it. Including me, I guess. I'm the only one left who's qualified to vet the part under field conditions. Let's get this done as fast as we can, okay? We do not have the setup for solar power and other alternatives. I don't know if asking this question means that I'm locked out of this choice. So we could ask Nina how viable it is to scrap the generator and go to alternatives, not that I've made any, or we could just go get the part. Chat, what do we think? The numbers thing is the only good reason. The speed and carry capacity benefits of using vehicles means that it's more effective to send a vehicle. The reason she doesn't want to send vehicles is because vehicles take power, and if we want the power to last while we are searching for a replacement part, we need to not use anything that is going to suck more power. It looks like this is a set event. The question is if you want to get lore, and the final choice is okay, move on with the event. You may be correct, Bramble. We've run into that a couple of times, but seeing as this is a blind playthrough, I don't know if asking that question locks us out of let's go get the part. That is the... I'm more than happy to ask the question, though. Yes, vehicles take power, but so does the colony. If you go fast and can carry more, you end up spending less power by the time you're back than if you walk the slow way. Alright, we'll ask the question and see what happens. What if we stuck with solar power and other alternatives? The idea takes Nina completely aback. Several seconds pass before she can think of an answer. It's technically possible, I guess. And the colony would be healthier for it, but can we really afford to lose that much power every day? So currently we have a power reserve of 500 per building we've built. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings. If we go with renewable, such as solar and wind power, we could get by, but our power reserve would be lowered, I think. If we go fix the reactor, we can keep the power reserve, which allows us to stockpile more power over time. And we might have radiation problems. But we also might, like, more people will die, essentially. So what it comes down to is healthier population, lower power reserves. Less healthy population, higher power reserves. I am currently struggling on resources, not power at the moment. So I kind of want to go renewable. Better to lose the reserve than our lives. What do we think, chat? Remember why we wanted to use the reactor in the first place? It's why we started it up. They're not enough. At the time, Trav, firstly, I only had the solar panels on the habitat trying to power everything. I think this option means that I can start building more solar panels for the rest of the buildings, building other types of power. Like, I didn't have any other types of power options. I think this is where you go. Either you go nuclear power or you go alternative renewable power, and the power module gets converted. I could be wrong. Again, I'm going into this blind. I have no idea what's actually going on. What do we think? We need the sure thing right now? Well, then it's time to go get that part. That's the sure thing. All right, I guess we're going nuclear then. Let's go get that part. Roger that. You've currently assigned 50 colonists to the mission. Your team begins to make preparations for their dangerous mission. Extra food, water, and as much oxygen as they can carry. The men and women are full of grim determination. This is a matter of life and slow starving death, and they know it. Nina recommends you bring at least 50 colonists to guarantee a reasonable chance of success in the time you have. More people may improve your chances of success, but some of them won't be coming back alive. We can go with this 50, or we can assign more. A percentage of the people we send will not be coming back. That is the cost. The sure thing is going to cost lives. The alternative resources would not cost any lives. But I have no power. Why not? Surely more people is faster and more thorough and better able to help each other. More people ought to result in fewer deaths. We can find out. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I've got 100 colonists. I can just keep adding colonists to the mission. There's 200. 200 of 695. Trav, you're fine. You're doing fine. There's no need to apologize. We're all figuring it out. We're doing it together. Thank you for discussing it with me. And if you need to go AFK and lay down or get food or whatever you need, feel free. Like, I appreciate you being here, but it's optional. Always. I'm going to send 200 people out. Let's go. Your volunteers report at the airlock, led by Shen, Nina, and yourself. Base, Mary, and Dr. Montero come to see you off. They're staying behind to keep the machines and people running as best they can. After a few tense goodbyes, you set off into the dangerous unknown for a 2-day hike and more. It's a difficult trek right from the start. You keep the caravan moving at a good clip, but progress seems painfully slow. As you manage to see the colony over your shoulder, even after hours of bouncing across the orange sands, you have to remind yourself that you walked away from the crash site in the first place. You can make it back too, even without the rover. Unfortunately, trouble already starts on your first day of travel. A sudden violent dust storm rolls in from the east, overwhelming your group in a matter of minutes. It's all you can do to lie flat and hold on to some rocks while the gale force winds rip across the valley. When the storm finally passes, a quick head count reveals that 52 of your people have gone missing. They're nowhere to be found. Making a thorough search for survivors is going to cost us time. Sending up flares and marching slowly to let them catch up is likely more reasonable. Pushing on at full speed just means that we've lost effectively 52 people. Yeah, I think the flares are the most reasonable. I mean, they volunteered for this. They need to know that to some degree they're on their own, and if they need to stick with the group as much as possible, will make it viable for them to catch up. You can't afford to wait around with the fate of the whole colony at stake. The only thing you can reasonably do for the lost people is send up a string of signals to help them find you. Ultimately, 49 survivors managed to rejoin your group, which means you've left 3 souls behind, never knowing what became of them. So we've lost 3 people already. Lasting through solitude's long, unforgiving night, you rise again well before morning. If you only move fast enough, you should be able to reach the wreck tonight. One unpleasant surprise hits you when it comes time for breakfast. Ration after ration is opened to eat, only to find a good third of your food stores tainted. Somehow, the desiccant packets which help preserve virtually all of your dry food have burst, spraying silica and other toxic compounds. The food is clearly no longer safe for human consumption. Do we increase our travel pace, reduce rations for everybody, or try to scrape off as much of the toxins as possible? Increasing our travel pace means that we need more food to fuel it. But considering that our rations are tainted, I think this is a point where... Why did they use toxic storage methods for food? Because that's the game, Trav. I'm so sorry that it's annoying you. It's just supposed to be a challenge. I'm going to reduce rations for everybody. They'll be irritable, but they can survive. Yep, they're mutinous again. There's no choice but to make the food stretch further. Unfortunately, your pace is forced to slow as the hard travel and fatigue continues to take their toll. You end up losing several hours to general low energy. At long last, you begin to see evidence of the crash site in the distance. Chunks of debris lodged in the sand, the faint flicker of electrical sparks. Still firing from long-life batteries after all this time. Your goal is almost within reach. However, the last leg of your trip proves no less treacherous than the first. Endless jostling over the rough terrain turns out to be too much for one of your oxygen tanks. A hairline fracture expands just enough to cause a violent release of pressure, and the resulting explosion can be felt vibrating in the ground for miles around. It destroys one of your supply carts, as well as 2 colonists pulling it. Jeez Louise. We will hold a quick funeral. It's not much, but you spend a while giving the survivors a proper burial with improvised but sturdy grave markers. Everybody else takes some comfort in the act, even though it comes at the cost of valuable time. Finally, you arrive. Memories come flooding back as you enter the debris field. Some of them aren't so bad. Most are. It was certainly a rude awakening on the whole that you would have rather had a nice proper landing on a sunny morning in Tantalon. The scene is virtually the same as you left it, except last time there had been some activity. People, dust, fire. Nothing moves now, not even the wind. God, I wasn't expecting to come back here like this. No vehicles, no support, just us hiking. I know what you mean. Gives me the shivers. I've got to know, Takagi, what made you do something as stupid as volunteering for this? It's what I do, you know? If something's wrong, I want to make it right. If 2 people are at loggerheads, I want to make them shake hands again. If our whole species is at risk, I'm going to be on the front line. Christ, forget I asked. You better get used to it, because I'm not changing. Here we are. When you're ready, I've got a list of targets where we might find a feed cooler. They're all long shots, but it's the best I can do. We should also consider our supply situation. There might still be stored food and water around, so we can spend time foraging if we get desperate. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Nina begins your list of options. First, there's the devil we know, that broken reactor module you found. We might find undamaged parts in there, but anyone we send is at serious risk of radiation poisoning. The other obvious one is to check out the ship's engineering section. No idea what state its power systems are in. It might be dangerous, but we know that what we need used to be there. Alternatively, we could go looking for one of the ship's shuttles. Those carry miniature atomic plants, and they won't fly here anyway. The challenge is finding one intact. A damaged shuttle could be unpredictable. The only other thing I can think of is that there are several containers of parts still out there. One of them must have reactor spares. Unfortunately, we'd have a lot of containers to check. Probably our safest option, but also the least likely to turn up what we need as soon as we'd like. We have 195 men and women at our disposal. We've been away from the colony for 2 days. We can investigate 5 locations per day, including sending people out to forage if needed. Remember that supplies at home are dwindling day by day. It would be a pity if everyone starved to death in our absence. Okay. Well, we're definitely going to scavenge, because that's pretty much a priority. A long search by one of our teams turns up 0 units of supplies from containers. Fortunately, the food you find hasn't been tainted and everything seems to be safe to use. Okay. Are you having fun, Mr. Scragg? Isn't the base where food is being grown? Why is your presence necessary for them not to start? We are not growing enough food to feed everybody we have, Bramble. Hunger of Hadar plus icy terrain. Oh, hell yeah. That's a fun combo wombo. I'm brought to mind the cult of the lamb. Yeah, we need more food being made. We're just not producing enough food at this point in time. I'm also going to search supply containers. You never know what we'll find in there. It's a long slogging search through container after container, hoping to stumble on one that has surviving spares for a reactor module. After hours of wandering through the endless procession, nothing presents itself. You can't find a single crate of atomic parts, not one that survived anyway. The team is ultimately forced to give up the futile search. It gets worse, too. Through carelessness or simple bad luck, 4 people suffer fatal accidents by suit puncture, falling debris, and oxygen poisoning. Jeez, the frickin' wheeze. Okay. Searching for a shuttle seems to be the least bad. To your team's jubilation, one of the large containers does indeed contain a shuttle from the Exodus. Crash damage has grounded it for good, but the interior is still in good nick. The excitement mounts even more when you enter the engineering section to discover an intact fuel feed cooler still attached to the onboard reactor. Nina quickly removes it, cradling the part as if it were a newborn child. It represents life for everyone here and everyone back home. It's not all good news, however. While searching the shuttle and its container, an accidental venting of jet fuel roasted 15 people alive. Really, guys? With no time to waste, you order a hurried return home. Spirits are high during the long march back, and astonishingly, you don't lose anyone else. The part is installed immediately and without a hitch. The reactor module hums to life, and power is restored all over the colony. You've done it, and come out alive. Now to attend to other important matters. Oh, I get it. They're all idiots. Yeah. Apparently, they're all idiots, yes. You've had just enough time to take a quick nap and drink down a hot protein beverage bursting with caffeine. Whether the machine intended it to be tea or coffee is a mystery, but it gives you enough of a boost to deal with the grim situation at hand. Shen arrives first, looking just like you feel. He rubs his eyes and sits down at the meeting table without any preamble. It's hard to remember whether you invited him or not. Good, morning? Is it morning yet? Another pleasant bleep from the door announces the other two members of the secret cabal. It shuts behind them with a metallic clang. We're not even a secret cabal, you guys. Oh my god. What is this? 2016, your age is showing. Hello everyone, I think we all know why we're here. Yeah, have you got something to show us? I brought the footage you asked for. First, I'd like to ask Nina this question one last time. Now that you've had a few days to think, is there any doubt in your mind about whether this was an act of sabotage? Not a bit. Someone wanted us dead. Not scared, or shocked, or compliant. Dead. Very well. Please review the security footage with me. Before you left, Lucy gave me a description and asked me to review our security footage to see if anyone resembling it has been inside the colony. And see for yourself. At the touch of a button, Mary distributes a short video to everyone's handbrains. It shows a rough, blonde man with a short, receding hairline walking away through one of the colony's corridors. The very sight of him makes you tense up. That's Connor. How can you tell anyone from anyone just by the back of their head? I know what he looks like, Takagi. Who he is less important than what he is. This man isn't a part of our crew. You're looking at the only shot we have out of hundreds of hours of footage from all over the colony. He has managed to evade our cameras at almost every turn. If not for Lucy, we would never have even known he was here. So we found our saboteur? That remains to be seen. Again, the more important question is, if he's not one of ours, and he wasn't aboard the ship, where did he come from? The question hangs in the air like a lead weight. Nobody has an answer for this one. Ever since your talk with Janet, it had seemed obvious that you were alone in the universe. Now... Lucy, can you tell us anything about him? His name is Connor Van Ringek. He's a professional thief, gambler, and top-flight scumdag. I knew him back on Earth. Believe me when I say I'd recognize him anywhere. Because he's Michael's father. I'm sorry, you what? You had a kid with this guy? I didn't know about his career. He kept me in the dark for years. I was barely 19 when we met. Innocent and stupid. When I finally found out... We fought. He threatened me, and I told him if he ever came near Michael again, or me again, I'd hand him over to the cops on a silver platter. That was 5 years ago. He hasn't bothered us since. So where did he come from and why? Search me. The only way he could have made the trip is on the Exodus. Stowing away aboard a starship with strict weight tolerances is impossible. Improbable. The best place to get answers is going to be from the man himself. Maybe we should ask him? What if he's not the one who sabotaged the reactor? At this point, his behavior is suspicious enough that I want him brought in regardless of his potential guilt. Do you agree, Lucy? Okay, so he is a criminal. He may not be the one sabotaging us, but he might be able to figure out who is. Because he knows the type of person who could manage this. I don't actually think it's him. I think he's the red herring, but... I think it's time to find out why Connor is haunting us. Go find him. Connor is a criminal, and he's dangerous. I don't want him loose in our colony. Good. I'll plan a few options and get them back to you by the end of the day. Nina, I'll need your help figuring out likely targets. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Lucy, can you help us produce a facial sketch to make our job a little easier? Sure. The sooner we catch him, the better. Let's make it happen. He's a communist? Said right after I think he's a red herring. Oh, that's a good one, Bramble. Yes, ma'am. I mean, he might be. I don't know. He's a problem. Okay. So, we've got our things handled. We need supplies. I already set these, right? Yeah, they're going to get stuff. So that's the end of today. We haven't picked up the entertainment module. We had one of basically everything else. Interesting. Kind of wish this was over here, but that's okay. Next day. Okay, we salvaged some resources and supplies. We've only produced 5 because morale is bad. We have power. We don't have a lot of power. What'd you find, buddy? Despite a hard day spent patrolling the crash site, your rover crew finds nothing new worth reporting, just more wreckage, damaged beyond repair or usefulness. Eventually, the radiation forces them to turn back, returning apologetic and empty-handed. Okay. Okay. Clue movie. Indeed, Bramble, indeed. I thought that sounded familiar. It's been a while since you last received a report about Werner Holtz. Today, however, Mary has something to give you. Monitoring Jack Killian hasn't turned up much. He seems to keep his nose clean and do good work around the colony. Whether that means he's genuine or just laying low while potentially under scrutiny is something that remains to be seen. A sudden, unexpected confrontation between Werner and Killian turns into a tense standoff. Security responds quickly and tries to restrain a raging Werner. However, just when the situation seems unrecoverable, he starts to come back from the brink. Exhausted and unable to fight the deputies any longer, Werner surrenders in more ways than one. The therapy sessions during his stay in the security office seems to have done him good. With Annetta's continued care and attention and further therapy, the paranoia and delusions recede. Peace returns, and Werner becomes a properly productive member of the colony. Yeah. I had a feeling that he was delusional, and the surveillance on Killian means that the second confrontation was immediately addressed, and this is no longer a problem. Cool. We made the right call. It's almost a charmed outcome with everyone living to see another day. Maybe the rift between them will close in time. Either way, the matter has been resolved, and people express admiration for your foresight and handling of the situation. Morale gains a permanent daily boost as a result. Oh, thank God. We're only at bad morale now. Whew. The call you've been expecting from Mary finally comes in. She wastes no time in getting down to business. Here are our options. We can take a step back and wait for Van Ringek to show himself. If we place our deputies in strategic locations and keep the cameras peeled, we have a fair chance of spotting him. Whether we can pick him up before we suffer another attack, I don't know. Alternatively, we can take a more active role and step up patrols. We don't have the numbers to man every airlock or walk every corridor, but if we restrict travel routes under the guise of maintenance, I can work out a plan of randomized patrol routes that's likely to catch him within a few days. People will be annoyed at having travel restrictions, but it's a small price to pay. Or we can plunge in and search the entire colony from top to bottom, locking down sections as we go. That'll take all day and drop our productivity to nil. And it's guaranteed to find him. So, do we want passive surveillance, increased patrols to annoy the bad morale that we already have, or do we tear the colony apart for a day and just find him? I don't have the morale to survive it lowering again. When people get into mutinous, I'm at a bad state. I've got health on the average. We're doing okay, not great, but okay. I kind of want to go passive surveillance. I know it'll take the most time, but I think it'll be for the best in the long run. It is what it is. We're probably going to get attacked again anyways, because that's, like, the main plot right now. Roger, we'll wait for him to come to us. I'll start making preparations. You'd think having a solid goal and someone to blame for the bad events recently would raise morale. Everyone would be excited searching the base. People hate being searched. They hate being locked down and they hate being searched. And when you're in a situation where your normal living facilities are basically a tight squeeze to begin with, locking people down even further tends to be problematic. Just saying. You know, how many times have you gotten irritated over the traffic being bad because of construction? Think about it. Only if you don't include them as part of the search. Right, but like, they're not security, so security's doing the search. That's the whole point. There's one more thing. Obviously, my deputies are up to the job. We'll keep the peace no matter what, but for the first time, I'm starting to feel like we might be undergunned. Van Ringek has already shown us that he can make or acquire explosives. If he has accomplices who know what kind of weapons they might have... That's why I wanted to float the idea of salvaging the Exodus's armory. It doesn't have much, just small arms and tasers, but that's exactly what we need right now. We just have to take the time to send out a rover. It should only take a day, and will be a lot more secure if I'm not the only armed human in this colony. She shrugs and reaches for the end call button. Just think about it. You can send a crew out anytime you want. As if I don't have enough things to go find. Okay. Well... we'll go there. Set up and retrieve a remote mining platform. Yeah. We had mining assets somewhere. Actually, we don't know where mining is at the moment. Okay. It's too much. I can afford this one, I think. Go get the stuff. Okay. I guess that's all we can do for today. Okay, we salvaged resources and supplies. We consumed 23 supplies. We're down to 23 a day. We only make 5. And we now have 25 power because we're having to rebuild up our power. If you leave them stuck there with nothing to do, of course, that's bad morale. If they're part of the search, yeah. No, I don't have the option to make them part of the search. So. What'd you find, buddy? They went and explored the Archean Dunes and found the unstable swells of the Archean Dunes are constantly shifting, so much so that even vehicle tracks last only minutes before being wiped away. Rover 1 gets a sudden reminder of that when it hits a patch of Solitude's unique breed of quicksand, sinking in up to the engine compartment before it can screech to a halt. Fortunately, the crew kept their heads and managed to get some towing lines around the rover as they climbed carefully out of the sand. It takes time, but with a combination of leverage and muscle power, they managed to free the rover enough to restart the motor and lift her out of the pit. Then begins the slow process of bringing her home at half speed for emergency cleaning and maintenance. So the rover will be unavailable tomorrow. But it remains fully operational. Just needs to be cleaned. What's up, Dan? The infirmary is quiet for once, with no one on duty but Dr. Montero himself. There aren't even any patients, none awake enough to make noise anyway. It gives the sterile room an almost eerie atmosphere. Montero is standing at a microscope when he notices you and waves you closer. Please join me. Look through the lens and tell me what you see. What the hell is that? That's what I've been trying to figure out. They don't look up to much under visible light, but there is a great deal of activity going on at levels I can barely observe with the equipment at hand. I don't know if you remember an incident some time ago when several food rations became inexplicably tainted. I managed to obtain a sample of that tainted silica, and what I found, what you're currently looking at, it's beggars belief. It beggars belief. What it is, Ms. Carver, is a bona fide silicon-based extraterrestrial life form. These are aliens? Like legitimate aliens? Microbial, alive in only a limited sense, but completely foreign to anything found on Earth. We have just made the most important scientific discovery in the history of mankind. Silica-based life forms. Jesus. This place is full of surprises. I have to ask, are they going to leave our food alone from now on? I'm not sure I can give that a concrete answer yet. They were clearly attracted to the silica packets in our rations. Overall, they seem docile, but also pervasive. I took an EVA suit out earlier today and gathered some samples from the local rock. These creatures are everywhere, in vast numbers. We just didn't know to look for them before, as they have not disturbed us. They can have those packets. They're toxic to use. Win-win if they take those. That's why the food went bad, is because the silica packets had exploded. And it became toxic to us. I intend to continue research to see if they could become a threat in the future. So far, they seem largely benign. I never figured we were alone in the universe, but I didn't think I'd be standing in a room with aliens in my lifetime. Keep me posted, Doc. I really want to know more about what we're sharing space with. You will, of course, be the first to hear any updates. You say goodbye and walk away, your head thrumming with the implications. Maybe the Exodus mission isn't all lost. Maybe there will be a chance to become an important pioneer of science and human knowledge after all. I mean, do we really have a choice in the matter? Okay. So the rover is kaput because it needs cleaning. Hold on. Wait, what's my power at? I didn't even check. 25? Okay. That's fine. There are resources and supplies here. Probably the lowest cost for them. This I can pick up with the rover. $5.14, $2.14, $4.15. We're gonna go pick up the stuff there. Nobody to talk with. So we're still regaining power. Sort of. Not a lot, but we're getting there. Okay. Alright, buddy, you need to go find things. And you need to go salvage things. I'll go pick up that, I guess. No updates on the saboteur hunt, so continue we go. Okay. What'd you find, buddy? Went to the shield wall and... Awesome. Search doesn't go well as your crew surveys chunks after chunk of useless scrap. However, a secure emergency locker offers some treasure, a fully stocked first aid kit, a charged energy cell, just the kind of thing people would need to survive. So we got more power and supplies. Yay for us. And we've got events. You receive a message from Nina today asking for a personal meeting. It's a little bit odd. She specifically requested to meet up in the East Airlock rather than your office. She didn't say what it was about, only that it was important. Not urgent, just important. You find her in the airlock at the agreed time. She looks antsy. When you step inside, she even seals the inner door behind you. This is an assassination attempt. I really didn't think it'd be you, Gorman. What? Jesus, no. Look, Lucy. I asked you here to suggest something to you, and I don't want to hear the words, "That's crazy." I think there might be a way to build ourselves a new starship. That's... It's not crazy. We've surveyed enough of the crash site to get a pretty good idea about what survived. Sure, it's going to be a real bitch to collect that much extra salvage, and there's a couple of special items we'll need. But it could be done. You understand why I wanted to make sure nobody else heard about this, especially Shen. If the people got wind that it's even a possibility, they'd be demanding we make it happen, right away and at any cost, even if it's not the right thing to do. Okay, you got my attention. What would we need? Nina begins ticking items off her fingers as she announces them. Resources, at least 80 units worth for hull plating, cryopods, all the basics. We'll have to synthesize enough propellant to get us into space and eventually land. That's going to eat up about 160 supplies. Using that propellant, we'll need enough thrust to get an acceleration of at least 10 meters per second. The planet's gravity is pretty low, but we have to account for 2 large moons with inconvenient orbits. 10 is the minimum we'd need to clear. Solar panels. 3 of them would do, but I'd rather have more if we can find them, just to be on the safe side. We should try to bring some colony modules. Tantalon is a lot less hostile than Solitude, and we can improvise a lot of things when we get there, but there's still a lot we don't know about Tantalon. Any modules we manage to bring along will improve our chances of surviving there, especially a habitat. We need Janet. We have to have an AI on board to make sure we don't run into any lethal problems along the way. And the real bugger? A live Brigman core. You don't ask for much, do you? There's one more thing. If we do this, there's no way the ship's going to be able to fit everyone. A standard design would fit around 50 bodies, adding extra pods and structure to carry them. We could push that a little, but the absolute max is 100. Any more than that, and we won't even be able to make orbit. So we'd be leaving behind over 500 people. That's a hell of a price to pay. You're in charge, Lucy. It's your decision. You tell me to start work, I'll do it. You say no, I'll keep it under my hat. But just between you and me, I want to get the fuck off this sandbox. Nina unseals the airlock and heads off back to her post, leaving you to ponder the possibilities. It might be time to add another feature to your command console. So that's the rocket ship DLC starting to take effect. We should probably make sure that this is a functioning colony before we start trying to expand into space. What's up, Shen? A chance meeting in the corridor sees you bumping into Shen, quite literally. He isn't paying attention to where he's going and doesn't notice you until it's too late. You collide with some force. It doesn't hurt much, but when you look at him, you can't help but feel some sympathy for the deeply lined expression on his face. Something the matter, Takagi? You look extra tired today. Look, they can't even go for a walk without strangling themselves with their own oxygen tubes. It's true. We have all the idiots. They sent us all the idiots. There's like 5 competent people and a bunch of idiots. This is my circus. These are my monkeys. Is seriously the thing going on here. No, nothing's the matter. Just, how has Michael been treating you? He's been acting out a lot. It happens. Have you been having problems with your sister? Yeah, May hasn't spoken to me in days and avoids all my calls. I wish I knew what's gotten into her. She's a teenager. Trust me, I'm not looking forward to when Michael reaches that age. You're on the Golda Frinchan Arc B. Yeah, something like that. I suppose. I wish I could dismiss it so easily. She's never been like this. Is there something you're not telling me, Lucy? I don't know. I've always tried not to be the kind of parent who panics at every little sniffle or tantrum, but Michael does seem different. I've heard about a lot of kids misbehaving lately. It's like it's getting steadily worse. You think there might be something wrong with them? Wish I knew. Montero hasn't been much help. Michael came down with something bad a little while ago. Doc promised me he'd look into it, and I haven't heard back since. I've never known him to take his patients' care lightly. When he's got something, I'm sure he'll tell you. I'll light another fire under him. If the kids are getting worse, we need to figure out what's wrong immediately. Could it be that they're in a survival situation where they don't know how to cope and they're acting out because they don't know how to express themselves? Or perhaps they're infected by the silica life forms and they're all starting to convert into locals? Does your crew have an unusually high level of telephone sanitizers? Maybe. I don't know. I have to hope it's nothing, but tell him to keep me in the loop. I'm really worried about May. Lucy offers a smile and slaps you lightly on the shoulder. Actually, I think it's pronounced Mai. I don't know. Chin up, Takagi. Keep moving forward for her sake. That's the best thing you can do to help. Heh. Thanks, Lucy. See, like, we're friendly here. What the fuck? No problem. You excuse yourself with a light wave and head down the corridor to get back home. Hopefully Michael hasn't thrown too many tantrums. The sharp message from Montero starts to write itself in your head, one you know he's going to pay attention to. This little crisis definitely warrants a proper investigation. It's the adult side of I was a teenage exocolonist. No. So that's the start, the DLC stuff. All right. Okay. Go explore there. You get to salvage 5 and 16, 7. No, we get to salvage here. Cool, cool, cool. We're just trying to build up resources. I know I need to do the mining thing, but I don't have any I don't know where the resources are. I don't have enough power to send out the things that could give me information, so we got to build up our power a little bit longer. Let's find out what crazy thing happens today. So we now have 82 power. That's great. What do we find? Yes! Rooting through the wreckage, your team comes across a chunk of the Exodus's interstellar solar panels jettisoned during the crash. Several square meters are still intact, but it takes a bit of cutting and a lot of elbow grease. But the surviving panels are extracted and returned home. Question is, what do you want to do with them? They could be used to supplement your colony's power grid or put into storage for use on other future projects. The new starship is definitely going to need some. It needs at least 3 more panels for power systems to become operational. Due to the amount of modifications involved, once these panels are adapted to a particular use, you won't be able to change them later. So we could hook the panels up to our power grid now, but we do have a reactor. So I'm not going to be worried about the power for a little bit. We could also save them for the rocket ship DLC. What do we think, chat? Do we want to have more power on the power grid? We're not dying for power at this point in time. Or do we save them for the rocket ship in the hopes that we can get 100 people off the planet for a better future? Wait, we can't install them on the power grid and then disconnect them later to add them to the ship? No. It says, due to the amount of modifications involved, once these panels are adapted to a particular use, you won't be able to change them later. This is the choice. I am really feeling like this game was put together with the purpose of presenting hard choices and the creators didn't think too hard about it. Yeah. That is the whole point of this genre of the game. This is a very specific game genre, and this isn't even the worst version of this particular game genre. Like, all things considered, this is not the worst I've seen, or played for that matter. But it does mean that they wrote these challenges, these options, to have a certain expectation without really thinking through how things work. This is why I prefer tabletop games. I love tabletop games too, as you well know. So I'm going to save them. We'll see if we can't make the rocket ship work. It's possible that we'll get more than 3. So we might stick to just 3 and put the rest on the grid. But for now, like, our power is stable. I'm not worrying about the power right now. It's time to take the long view on things. A boost of power generation might be nice, but you've got bigger plans for these panels. Fine. Okay. So. That's 7. We need all the salvage we can get. You have a special mission? Oh, salvage Janet is a special mission. Yeah, I don't have any colony modules to build. So let's just go pick up salvage. Ooh, 10 resources. Yes, go get. Fetch. Fetch. Alright. 30 days. We've spent a whole month here. So we actually have picked up enough supplies that the same amount of supplies as we ate, which is good. What did you find? What did you find? We found another of the Brigman cores. Still boiling plasma. Alright. So, taking a live Brigman core back to the colony would be extremely hazardous. Alternatively, we can reset it to star drive mode. This renders it incapable of supplying power, but it would keep it alive in stasis until you could find a way to use it as an engine. Either way, the choice will be permanent. This time, I am going to recover the core in star drive mode. We found one before, but I think this is the time. You know, a standard D&D group would have figured out some way of harnessing the remaining supplies into a clever solve-everything machine, found the saboteur, gotten all the survivors into a spontaneous musical number by now. Though the main thing I'm worried about here is that if it's a bunch of microscopic submolecular silicon-based life forms infesting every mode of dust, they're going to eat all our gear within the next year, and if we leave, we carry them with us into space. It's true. That is true. Damn the risks. You can't waste this. Dutifully, the rover crew sets about assembling a crude sledge out of nearby scrap, then begins the harrowing process of wedging it in underneath and pulling the core onto it. It's followed by a white-knuckle drive back to the colony, dodging a barrage of lethal plasma along the way. The dangers of the operation quickly become apparent. One of your crew dies getting the sledge into place. Another is hit by a plasma bolt on the way back home. When they finally arrive, even the colony's engineering teams takes a beating as they rig up the machinery, suffering 3 casualties. However, the Brigman core is eventually tamed. You contain it in a special chamber where it will stay alive for as long as you need it to, given a steady diet of dirt, waiting to go back into space at last. We are now at 666 people. Oh boy. A sudden low rumble jerks your attention away from work. Fire alarms begin to wail throughout the colony. You're up on your feet in moments, heading towards the crisis zone while calling Mary on your handbrain. The picture of what happened slowly comes into focus. A bomb has been detonated in your recycling module, damaging the outer skin and crippling several pieces of important machinery. Though the blast was small, 9 colonists died from the decompression or atmospheric exposure. There is one bright spot, however. Connor Van Ringek was spotted near the scene, and a couple of security deputies chased him down and apprehended him. They're bringing him to the security office for questioning now. You quickly gather yourself and head off to meet the potential saboteur. The man sits tied to a chair in the middle of a locked cell, previously used as a storage room until now. A few bits of unused equipment still sit in the corners, boxes of tactical harnesses and other harmless stuff. You can't help but notice a few lumps and bruises where the security deputies have roughed him up. Shen arrives almost at the same time as you do. His face could have been carved out of stone. So this is him. That's right. Connor's nasty smile only widens and he speaks with a pronounced Irish lilt. I'm not going to attempt the lilt. You can't make me. Lucy, so glad you could join us. It's good to see you again after, what, almost 6 years? Almost 60 years? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be 6. Cut the bullshit. We know you've been planting explosives around the colony, and I want to know why. I don't know what you're talking about. You throw a heavy punch across Connor's jaw, hard enough to send his head snapping sideways. Oh, he's counting all the time spent in cryosleep. That's true. It has been a long cryosleep. Blood wells from the corner of his mouth and his teeth are red where he bares them in another grin. Shen steps in and catches your wrist to stop you from delivering another blow. Whoa, Lucy, what the hell? Back away, Shen. Please, you two, get a hold of yourselves. This bastard will talk sooner or later. Feel free to keep trying. Why don't you bring Mickey in here? I've missed him. It'll be a cold day in hell before I let you anywhere near my son again, Connor. My, I almost forgot what a complete bitch you are. Let's get back to the questions. How did you get here? Are you working with anyone else? I rode in on a majestic winged Pegasus. I'm surprised you didn't see me. I don't think I like your taste in men, Lucy. Everybody makes mistakes. Anyway, I can think of a couple of ways to make him talk. What? Are you going to torture me? No. We're not going to torture him. That would be dumb. Torture has been shown to eventually make anyone say exactly what you want them to say, regardless of what the truth is, just to make the torture stop. We are not torturing somebody. Normal interrogation is all we need. You look at Connor's smug, confident smile and a heavy feeling shifts in the pit of your stomach. Unlike you, Connor, we haven't sunk that low. You made yourself into a murderer as well as a thief, and it's just another thing to show I'm better than you. And you better settle in for a long silence, Luce. Fine. Let's go the long way. Connor is as stubborn as he promised. Nothing you say can seem to move him, and several hours pass, repeating the same question while he stares in stoic silence. Finally, a deputy knocks on the door with the message that Michael is outside to see you. The mention of Michael's name provokes the first flicker of emotion in your unhelpful prisoner. He twitches and shifts uncomfortably in his chair. You notice, and sensing an opportunity, you decide to press the attack. You know what, Connor? Maybe you're right. Maybe I should get Michael in here. Go ahead. I've wanted to see him ever since you stole him from me. I used to tell him stories about his father, you know. I'd make up any old shit so he'd feel better about his dad not being there for him. To him, you're a saint. So you can see him. But first, I'm going to tell him exactly what you've done. How many people are dead because of you. I'll make him understand, and he'll know you for the piece of pond scum you are. The last thing you ever see is in your son's eyes will be hatred and disgust. You wouldn't. Oh, she would. I have no idea how long you two were together, but the Lucy Carver I know would destroy you if she thought it was necessary. It's your call, Connor. Either you play ball, or I'll make sure the only thing you leave behind in this entire galaxy despises you. Connor grimaces and looks away, dropping his eyes. His face has gone ashen. Beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. Even now he hesitates, and you can see fear in the way his lips quiver. how his hands ball into helpless fists. There's another colony on this planet. Come again? They call it Elysium. They contacted me back on Earth when I was looking for a way to get Mickey off the Exodus. My contact offered to smuggle me aboard in exchange for switching some numbers around for them once we were underway. You caused the crash? I didn't care about anyone else. I just made him promise Mickey and I would land safely and we'd get to join them once we got here. He landed upside down in a ditch. It's a miracle he survived. He's alive. They kept their word and I kept mine. Something went wrong, though. You were supposed to die in the crash. No more than a few dozen survivors that could be rounded up easy. So they put you on sabotage duty instead. Yeah, don't ask me why. But they want you neutralized. Neutralized? What do you mean by that? How should I know? That's the word he used. I was just doing the job they hired me for. What I want to know is who is they, and why did they follow us here? They didn't. What? They didn't follow you. He wasn't very clear. Tried to dodge the question when I asked him. All I know is, when you crashed, they were already here. You seriously expect us to believe that? Some shadowy secret organization put you up to it? There's nothing out here but us, Connor. Actually, I got a report from Mr. Hicks a few days ago that mentioned something. One of his rover crews said they saw another vehicle, not one of ours. I was ready to chalk it up to stress, but... Endless seconds of cold, uncomfortable silence stretch out between you. All the energy is sucked out of the room, leaving only a heavy, hollow feeling. There are many implications to what Van Ringek is saying. None of them are good. Connor, if what you're saying is true, why have they left us alone all this time? I don't know. Come on, give us something. I'm telling you, I don't know. My contact didn't say it aloud, but I got a feeling like they're worried. There should have been just a few stragglers left after the crash, but here you are, 600 of you still hanging on. Didn't even crash where you were supposed to. It took them a week to find my signal. I guess we have Janet to thank for that. But you still haven't explained everything. Look, Luce, I can only tell you what they told me. I think there are more of you than there are of them. They've got equipment and weapons, but they wanted to take you out quietly if they could, without risking anything. What they'd be risking, buggered if I know, but they're up to something. You were supposed to be a tool for them to use, not get in the way. The rest of Connor's questioning doesn't yield much more. He keeps saying the same things, and it becomes clear that he really is just a minor cog in a much larger machine. Another colony on Solitude, one that predates yours. Curiouser and curiouser. Finally, you decide to take a break. There's nothing new for you to hear. Shen joins you in the hall outside the security office, still frowning. I don't think I like anything I heard in there. Hey, do you think he was telling the truth? Probably. Hit Connor hard enough and he'll cave. I've learned that lesson back on Earth. It was pretty harsh, using Mickey as a weapon like that. I saw a weakness and I went for it. It worked. Would you really have done it if Connor hadn't grassed up? I'm just glad he folded. Maybe I was bluffing, maybe not. I don't know. The real question is what we're going to do with him now that we've got him. He's breathing our air, eating our food, taking up our space. We can't set him loose to work. He's about as trustworthy as a rattlesnake. Are we going to keep him locked up in the security office for the next 20 years? I really hadn't thought about it. We're gonna have to make a choice, Takagi, once Mary's done with him. Then. Not now. Catch you later, Lucy. Yeah, later. Well, that's not good. Let's talk to our kid first. Picture about Elysium is unclear but disturbing. Whatever their motives might be, one thing is for certain, they mean you harm. It's time to install some armaments in your vehicles and get some eyes on the enemy. Somehow you need to find their base, learn more about their intentions, and take any necessary steps to protect your own colony against further sabotage. Okay. What's up, kiddo? Michael hasn't been having a good few days. Every night it's impossible to put him to bed, and every morning he's up well before you, playing with his toys in a desultory way. Ever since his brush with illness, he's recovered physically, but his moods keep becoming more agitated. Nothing made that more clear than the figure of Proton Knight smashed against the floor, face crumpled in, shiny chrome body parts broken off or hanging on by a thread. It had been Mickey's favorite thing in the world for over 2 years. Something about that destruction seems to have sunk in, though, because rather than ignoring you or running around in a rage, he's curled up in a corner weeping softly. Tight, white-knuckled fists still clutch one of Proton Knight's severed limbs. I broke it. Oh, Mickey. Why? Don't know. Must have had a reason. It seems so dumb. Just plastic. He squeezes the disembodied leg a little tighter, as if repressing the urge to bash it against the floor again. I want to go home. Shouldn't we build a new spaceship? I wish we could, sweetheart. There's not enough left of the Exodus to go back up into space. It would take more... Michael looks up and his expression is wild, desperate. Then I'll build one just for the two of us. Just show me how. Nobody will tell me anything. Mickey, stop. You know we're stuck here. That's not going to change. I understand that you don't feel right, but getting mad over this isn't... It won't make a difference. I need you to look inside yourself and help me make the best of it, okay? Hi, PP. Without warning, he surges forward into your arms and holds on tight. He's trembling all over. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell. I just don't want to be angry all the time anymore. I want to go back to the way it was. Yeah, and the kids have it the worst, honestly. Because they're not adult enough to be told anything, and so they get left out. Even if they are processing patterns and information far more than people give them credit for. Like, kids aren't stupid. Me too, sweetheart. Can you fix him? The question is almost a non sequitur until you realize what he means. He's still holding the little action figure's severed leg. He holds it up, looking guilty and sad and hopeful at the same time. We can try. Michael comes up with his first smile in days. A little brittle, maybe, but still. You can tell he's fighting something the whole time, but he's determined to be happy at least for a little while and fix what he broke. With some time and a lot of glue, the pair of you get poor Proton Knight looking roughly like his former self. The limbs don't rotate anymore, and his face remains a bit scrunched up, but Mickey seems glad all the same. You hand it over and watch him run it around the place, pretending it can fly. For a few seconds, anyway. Your hand brain beeps again to announce more work. Sighing, you say a quick goodbye and head out to do what needs to be done. Oh, kiddo. Alright, what's going on, Base? You head down to the motor pool at Base's request. He said he had something to show you. It sounded interesting, and you can't help but be curious as you head into the little machine shop. You got something for me, Hicks? Hey, boss. I got that message from Mary saying you wanted me to look into some security upgrades. So Nina and I put our heads together and came up with something that could be an option. There's a way we could arm the rovers. Keep talking. There's a couple of things we could do. Listen close, though, because we're only gonna be able to pursue one of these. I'm not surprised that they have references to Alien. The Aliens franchise is pretty big. First off, there's the old school option, a plain old slug thrower. We can fabricate cannons and ammunition for any number of rovers. The main downside is it'll take steady stream of resources to keep guns supplied and in good repair, with all the dust out there. But it's not a complex mechanism, so upfront costs will be low. Choosing the gun means each armed rover will drain an extra resource per day, unless idle or otherwise indisposed. Arming a rover with a gun will cost 5 resources. Option 2 is something a little bit different. We can adapt some spare mining equipment into a weapons-grade laser. Energy weapons have their pros, like no moving parts, so they won't be sucking up a ton of resources on maintenance. They would guzzle electricity, though, which means a drain on our power grid every day we use a vehicle. The other main concern is lasers are pretty expensive to build. Choosing the laser means each armed rover will drain 5 power per day, unless idle or indisposed. Arming a rover with a laser will cost 12 resources. Interesting. Is that it? There's one more. We could retool our recycling module to make volatiles that could be used to fuel a flamethrower. Chemical contamination would mean we lose half the recycler's output. So there's a cost, but it might be worthwhile in the long run. Flamethrowers aren't too hard to build either, although short range means they're not as combat effective as the other options. Choosing the flamethrower will mean each armed rover will have its daily output of one output of one recycling module unless idle or indisposed. You will not be able to arm more than 2 rovers per built recycling module. Arming a rover with a flamethrower will cost 7 resources. Anyway, there's a reason why I'm calling them options. The number one catch is we only really have the time and resources to develop one type. And even then, we're only going to be able to build one at a time. It's going to be a tough enough job as it is, so whichever design we end up with using is all you. The cannon, the laser, the flamethrower. Cannon is cheap, but it costs resources. Resources is what we don't currently have set up properly, so the drain to us is significant right now. The laser is the most expensive upfront costs, but its drain is power. Power we have. We don't have a crap ton of power, but we have power. If we choose the flamethrower, it's kind of in the middle cost, but our recyclers are less effective. You want to go the laser route? Okay, we can go the laser route. We won't be able to build them for a while because we just don't have the resources at the moment, but we could decide the lasers. All right. No sense using obsolete tech when there's a modern weapon available. Good choice. Next time you're ringing up in vehicle orders, just tell us to start work. One thing to keep in mind, though, we'll need the rover for a couple of days at minimum to mount the weapon. She won't be able to leave the shop for any reason until after the operation's done. Understood? That's all then. I'm sure I'll be hearing from you soon. See you later, boss. Okay. Actually need you to explore more places. I bet you this is where the other colony is. I bet you anything. Okay. This one's still 5. Where do we have supplies? Here? Okay. Let's do that one. And then you can salvage supplies from here. Alright. Time to talk to Connor. Watching Connor through the cameras in the security office is interesting. There's a chair and a folding bunk in his cell, but he sits on the floor instead, back against the wall as if he's expecting some threat to appear at any moment. He hardly moves except for a nervous tick scratching at the backs of his hands. Now you need to decide what to do with him in the long term. Mary joins you in front of the vid screen, hands clasped behind her back, face calm and placid. I've left him alone since our conversation. He hasn't been up to much, although he asked to see Mickey a couple of times. He'll be waiting a long damn time before I let him near my son. Something shifts in the camera feed. The cell door opens and in comes a female deputy carrying a ration tray. Connor waits silently for her to put the food down and leave. He glares at her back when she walks away, then drops his eyes at the sound of the lock clicking back into place. It takes a while for him to work up the drive to open the tray and eat. I don't envy you the choice. But then that's why you're in charge around here, right? So what's the plan? Are we going to keep him locked in here forever? If we dispose of him quietly, nobody needs to know. The sabotage stops, but so does our information about the other colony. If we stage a very public execution, we might be able to raise morale. Putting him on trial and letting the people decide, similarly so. Or we can just keep him prisoner for a very long time. Jeez Louise, I don't know. Keeping him prisoner means he's a drain on resources. Food, water, manpower, time, effort, energy. He is a drain on resources if we keep him alive and in prison. If we put him on trial, that does mean that his son learns what he did. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is what people have been griping about, and putting him on trial lets the colony decide what to do with someone who has infiltrated not only the Exodus, but their colony. It does mean that we can't lie to our son anymore about what kind of person his father was. If we stage a public execution, similar morale boost, similar information, similar stuff. But we are in charge. It is not all of us in it together. If we dispose of him quietly, that's just... No. I'm gonna put him on trial and let the people decide. I feel like that's the best choice right now. That way everybody knows. Information getting out there finally about things. They wanted to know anyway, so let's let them know. People are dead because of him. That's a crime against all of us. It can't be just me deciding what's fair, who lives and who dies. I like the sentiment. Closing her eyes, Mary takes a deep breath and then blows it all out again as if letting go of something she's been keeping in. You know, I'm not a stone-cold soldier by nature. You learn how to turn it off when you need to, but your conscience doesn't just go away. I didn't want command. I just do my job and do it well. And I know people. After what he's done, murdering a good chunk of a small town, I know what kind of trial Connor can expect. I hope you're prepared for it. Doesn't matter. It's the right thing to do. Mary nods slowly, then rolls her shoulders in a heavy shrug. It'll take you a couple of days to set up a proper trial. In the meantime, he'll be here if you ever want to visit him. Yeah, thanks, Mary. Okay. So we have some amount of resources because I keep salvaging things. We have gotten to a point where our power expenditure and our power production is at a standstill. That's not good. Health is good, morale is bad. Welp. I'm gonna turn this one off. I'm gonna turn this one off. I'm not really using them. So they're just costing power. Okay. Let's give ourselves a power cushion. Okay. We salvage some stuff. We're still overeating what we can produce. We have a little bit of a cushion. What did we find? Ah, we found more solar grids. Solar panels. So, we need at least 2 more panels for the starship. So we're going to save them again. A heavy dust storm hits the colony, scouring the outer skin, clogging air intakes, and damaging exterior equipment. All production is halved for a day while your engineering teams get everything back to working order. Yay. I'm doing the most satisfying thing in Baldur's Gate 3 right now, killing a bunch of rats. That's fair. Good job, Mr. Scrake. Have fun with it. All right. 7, that's 6. That's 7, that's 7. That's 8. Explore there. You grab this. Right? This is 2 and 12. This is 4 and 12. No, we'll go for that one instead. Okay. The funny thing is that Cloud of Daggers strat, the Dark Justicar shapeshift as Rat, will die immediately. Whoops. Okay. So we've officially been alive in our colony of Spicica. For a month. On to the next month. What did we find? After a hard day's search, your rover crew returns home to report they found a transport vehicle in one of your wrecked containers at the crash site. At first glance, it looks to be in pretty bad shape and would need to be repaired at the colony before you could make any use of it. But we can go salvage another transport. The day of Connor's trial arrives, and the whole colony is watching either in person or at the Habitat cafeteria or on vid screens and handbrains around the colony. People have been elected to various roles: judge, prosecution, defense. They go through all the motions of a legal proceeding. Even so, you can feel the mood in the room. The air almost crackles with barely suppressed rage. Connor himself never seems to look up from the floor and only answers when asked a direct question. There's no doubt in your mind about the way this verdict is going to go. As the booming prosecutor and the quiet, beaten defender finish their final statements, the whole colony holds their breath. The judge refers to a few scribbled notes on his own handbrain, then clears his throat. The judge begins to read his verdict in a slow, even monotone. One line sticks out in your mind, along with the savage satisfaction of everyone present. Due to the horrendous severity of the defendant's crimes, he is hereby sentenced to death by expulsion from the colony. Sentenced to be carried out tomorrow evening. There is one solitary sob from Connor, but he makes no further noise as Mary escorts him back to his cell. Your colonists seem very satisfied with the trial. The appearance of it, anyway. In fact, they seem more resolved than they have in a while, and your own standing has risen as a result. You quietly tap a reminder into your handbrain to either attend or skip the execution tomorrow. You can't quite decide which. Wait, expulsion? And lose whatever he's carrying with him, such as almost likely an entire EVA suit? We're not... thank you for the lurk, Bramble, and I hope that you're taking care of yourself. We can salvage EVA suits from the wreckage, Trav. We do not have a lack of EVA suits at this point. If he can reach the other colony, he might be able to survive. There are a bunch of idiots who are too cowardly to actually carry out a death sentence themselves and instead want him to die slowly and painfully. I'm appalled at them. I am too. That is a terrible way to die. Honestly, they should just chuck him out the airlock without an EVA suit. Still a terrible way to die, but it happens a lot faster. But yeah, if you're going to execute a man, just execute him quietly and without pain. Like, it just needs to be quick and done. Painlessly. Like, there's no reason to continue suffering if you can avoid it. There just really isn't any reason. But, you know, that is not the option that we had. So we have a transport vehicle. Another transport vehicle that we can get up and running if we would like. I would like to know what's here. As for you, 518, 212, 22. $514. No. We'll go salvage. So that's the vehicles, and I got nothing better to do. We're about to get more story. Okay, so we can salvage the second transport, which we will then have to fix. Or we can just scavenge the resources. I think we're okay for a hot second, so I'm just going to salvage the transport currently, because I think having a second one will be useful. Transport 1 quickly finds the coordinates, and we've got a second transport. Yay. So, And now we have more ability to do things. Alright. What did you find, my little friend? He went out to find wreckage. Okay. That's fine. It's good to know. You get a call from Mary at the security office. Seems she's detained a couple of your colonists for brawling, only to find them drunk and reeking of alcohol. A round of questioning has revealed where they got their booze. A man named Quentin Miles and associates who seem to have gone into the moonshine business, using runoff from the habitat's built-in recyclers. What they're doing is technically not illegal, at least under the current rule of law. Mary explains this is a serious security problem in the making. Miles is a troublemaker and a profiteer. Public drunkenness is one thing, but if we let him carry on, I promise you it'll grow into a full-fledged black market. We can allow the moonshiners to continue, or we can go send security to shut them down. We do not have the entertainment module up and running. We probably could go fetch that, honestly. Legitimize them, make them work to an acceptable standard, skim off a portion for your own use so you can deal with the headaches of this world. I know. Like, drunk and disorderly is going to happen more often if I allow them to continue, because clearly that's what the choice is here, or I can send a security team, shut them down, make everybody unhappy. Or I can... Either way, I could go get the entertainment module and hook that up, and have something to help calm people the fuck down. I think I'm just gonna let them continue and deal with the headaches, honestly. I hope you know what you're doing, Lucy. Mary reluctantly obeys her orders and lets the operation continue unopposed. The general mood in the colony seems to improve with liquor as a luxury and source of escape, though security is forced to deal with more incidents. The moonshiners continue to steal a tiny quantity of your supply of production, and Mary's prediction still hangs in the air in the days to come. The event scheduled at the airlock is a solemn occasion, for the most part. Security deputies clear the route for Connor to walk himself to the instrument of his execution. Even so, people crowd every corridor to get a glimpse of the condemned man. Some of them shout insults or throw nuts and bolts at Connor. The whole colony is watching, either in person at the airlock or on vid screens and handbrains around the colony. You can feel their mood all around you. The air almost crackles with barely suppressed rage. As your procession reaches the airlock, a Catholic volunteer from among your colonists, a former priest turned hydroponics farmer, murmurs the last rites in Latin over a kneeling Connor. Tears drip from Connor's eyes as he's led into the airlock without an EVA suit. Oh, okay, that's what they're doing. They're kicking him out an airlock without an EVA suit. We're not losing a suit after all. It's almost an anticlimax when the button is pressed and the airlock begins to cycle. Harsh thumps and clanks of heavy machinery, a soft hiss as the pressure is equalized, a brief fading scream. The audience doesn't just approve. They cheer the death of the man who murdered so many of their comrades. There's a lot of satisfaction in their voices as the crowds begin to disperse, talking amongst themselves about justice and punishment and right and wrong. For you, however, it's time to get back to work. Morale is up. Okay. You're gonna do special. You, on the other hand... gonna go get this module. You need to be fixed. Here we are. Nobody needs to talk to me. We have a power. I just don't need to turn these on right now because I'm not making any use of them, so I need to get that fixed. Entertainment module, got. Transport 2 has been repaired, so we're good there. So we can now double how many supplies we are salvaging in places. We have a good power pocket. Rover 1 sets off towards the Exodus crash site. Its mission simple, and its target clear. Armed with a detailed description of the armory and Mary's access codes, the crew has no problem finding it. They gain access just as easily. The small reinforced room has weathered the crash well, and its store of weapons and ammunition are ripe for the taking. Rifles, tasers, handguns, and several crates of ammunition are secured on the Rover. The heavy load only slows her down a little. You have the weapons home by nightfall, stashed safely in the security office, distributed to the deputies, and ready to use if needed. From here on out, you'll be able to meet any challenge with deadly force. All right, Mary, we did it. What's up, kiddo? The soft alarm beep from your hand brain reminds you of a scheduled meeting with Dr. Montero. When you hear the door chime, you anticipate seeing him. What you didn't anticipate is that he's got Shen and his sister in tow, as well as Michael, who looks especially twitchy and aggressive today. It's almost a blessing that he's too ill to attack anyone, but he has a pale green tint to his skin that you don't like. The door shuts quietly behind them. Now that you see her, May doesn't look much better. Shen mentioned she wasn't doing well, and you've seen the colony's other children suffering for a while now. But she's among the worst. A sense of barely suppressed rage rolls off her in waves, like she's within inches of going off on a murderous rampage. Pardon the intrusion, Ms. Carver. I have a report to make that concerns all of you. Let's hear it, Doctor. This is a waste of time. Stick with it, sis, just for a few minutes. I believe I found the cause of the children's poor health and hormonal imbalances, and the reason why it's eluded me for so long. It turns out I was searching in the wrong place. I agree, Trav. It wasn't exile, it was execution. What we're dealing with is not some manner of pathogen or illness, blood-borne or otherwise. It's our old friend, the alien microbe. What? How? The microbes are omnipresent on the planet's surface. It was inevitable for them to enter our ecosystem. Every gust of wind is blowing them around into every vent, every airlock, every microfissure in the outer skins. They avoid breathable air, but can get into a myriad of other enclosed spaces, such as our food trays. The silica doesn't need to explode for the food to be contaminated. When introduced into the body, the organism undergoes a rapid and violent response, almost as if trying to flee. It either moves outward to be secreted through the skin, or in some cases, gets carried inward, gravitating towards the patient's bones. It can survive for a time on osteocalcium pockets hidden from all of my regular tests. Fortunately, May was kind and brave enough to let me take the bone scraping I needed to finally get to the bottom of this. May winces at the memory, though she stays silent. But if this thing is everywhere, why are only the children being affected? And why did it take so long? Michael was fine for days after we first arrived. Don't misunderstand, Mr. Takagi. These organisms are inside all of us, in our bones, futilely trying to escape until they die. However, the more stable hormone levels in adult bodies seem better able to resist the effects, Any mood-altering effects are subtle and difficult to detect. Ms. Carver's question, however, is particularly insightful. Quite simply, the organism we are dealing with now isn't the same as when we landed. Please observe. Montero plugs his hand brain into the wall console and brings up an inflated view of some microscope slides. This is the organism as it was in my previous batch of samples. Then this is the organism in May Takagi's bone scraping. It has undergone a drastic evolution, and at this point, I am unable to explain why. Moreover, the alterations are not limited to our colony. I found the same results in fresh samples from an EVA walk this morning. The microbes have been changing everywhere. What does that mean, Doctor? Never mind what it means, Takagi. How do we fight it? Frankly, I don't have the faintest idea what it means at this point. However, I've outlined several potential strategies for counteracting the effects. Each should result in a significant improvement to health colony-wide, and we must choose one before the children suffer any further harm. First, we can shut down and block up non-essential venting systems and other exterior exchange machinery. This would require no startup costs, but would slightly reduce output for several of our building types. Psi, planetary psychic gestalt acting as an immune reaction to invasive species. Probably. Vent blocking will provide an immediate boost to health and result in a small production penalty to all hydroponics, mining, recycling, and reactor modules. Second, we can install new filtration systems and upgrade existing ones to prevent further spread of the alien organism. This will require a considerable amount of resources to achieve, but without the constant influx of microbes, our bodies should be clear of them in a matter of days. At a cost of 4 resources per module, so 4 times 5, new filtration systems will provide an immediate boost to health and require no further upkeep. They will also increase the build cost of all future modules by 4 resources. Lastly, if we closed down and depressurized many of the lesser used rooms and hallways, that would ease the strain on our current filters and allow them to rise to the challenge. The inconvenience to our colonists, however, would be significant indeed. Depressurization will provide an immediate boost to health at the cost of a daily morale penalty, which I can't afford. Which do you think will be our best option? I will take the resource cost, honestly. I don't have resource production up and running, but I will take this cost. Understood. I'll send the instructions to engineering immediately. With any luck, we should start seeing improvements in the children's conditions in a few days. I can't wait. Thanks, Doctor. May sweeps out, still keeping a tight lid on herself. All the same, you get the sense that she's relieved, glad to have answers and a strategy for the future. Shen excuses himself to go after her. That's when Michael doubles over, stumbling into a corner to noisily spew up his lunch. It's never been so obvious how much weight he's lost fighting this thing, or how much of a psychological toll it must be taking on him. His eyes are dull as he looks up to you, lacking all the spark and curiosity a 10-year-old should have. You can only hope that these measures will deliver on their promise. Time will tell. Well, health is great. Morale did not take a hit. I have to go salvaging again, but here we are. We'll go here. Transport 1 can salvage 518, 514. Yeah, you can go grab the stuff from here. Salvage transport 2 can salvage the one next to it. Yeah. Let's go get resources. All right. So the entertainment module now requires 11 resources to build and 15 power per day. Okay. It's kind of a luxury at this point. I just wanted to check. Here we go. So we salvaged more supplies than we ate, which is great. So we have technically a surplus, a little bit of a surplus. We've been at like 15 days for a while, so out of the 10 resources that we salvaged, we basically ate 3 of them to keep our stuff in the field. And we're just kind of building power reserves right now. What did we find? All right, that's the last power, the last panel that we need for the rocket ship. So we will save them. And then after this, we're going to add to the grid. All right, no one needs to talk to me, so I just need to keep finding things. Let's do this one. You are going to salvage what's here. You are going to salvage what's here. We're doing our best. I don't think it's great, but it's something. Okay, so we got 9 more resources and 28 supplies. So we're back up to 15 days of supplies rather than 14, which is good. Continue. What did you find, my little friend? Ooh, a habitat module. Nice. We got one. All right. So you can go here. Both of you guys will be going here. Yeah. There we go. So you are going to salvage the habitat module. And I sent 2 guys out there. What? Oh, it did grab the supplies as well. Okay, it just auto-grabbed them. Got it. Nice. All right, continue. What'd you find, little buddy? So we have... Right. I'm going to hook these panels up to the power grid. We saved 3 panels for the rocket ship. It needed a minimum of 3, preferably more, but a minimum of 3. So I'm just going to hook these panels up to the power grid and get more power. So it's a boost. Yay for us. The fateful day comes. You emerge into the impromptu town hall where a whole council is ready to sit in judgment of you. They look at you with flinty, judging eyes. The air is thick with anticipation as the audience speculates amongst themselves about what is going to happen to you. Right, because we were under suspicion for not doing a good job, but I've gotten morale up to average, so we'll see how this goes for me. Although the council don't appear to have any doubt or hesitation, the rest of the crowd seems oddly uncertain. Popular opinion has clearly shifted since this vote was first announced. Soon it comes time for the majority to make their voices heard, ayes or to nays. The verdict is nay in the best possible way. Public confidence in you has been sufficiently restored that there's no longer a majority to depose you. Some people are very unhappy about this, and they're the first to leave the room, while others stay behind to congratulate you on your narrow escape and on the good work you've managed to do lately. Later that day, you return to your office, your desk, to continue the job for which you're clearly the most qualified. I hope Shen is not upset. But we have improved things to some degree. We also have another habitat module that we could build. Or we could save it for the things. But it would give us a little boost in power. Would give more space for expansion. I don't think that's a good idea right now. Let's explore here. You can go... you can go get these supplies. You can go get these supplies. That will help us. All right, we got resources. We got supplies. We're doing okay. I have some power stored. On its mission of planetary exploration, Rover 1 becomes lost in a violent dust storm and ends up veering off course, delaying its task by a full day. The storm eventually dissipates without claiming any lives. However, in the process of getting their bearings, the rover crew makes a strange discovery. One of the nearby rock formations contains a large pit with drill marks along the edges and a strange veiny structure radiating out from it. It looks almost biological. The sight leaves the rover crew utterly baffled. They take several photographs before returning to the base, lacking proper quarantine equipment. However, they decide not to collect any samples this time. Dr. Montero catches wind of the news almost as soon as Rover 1 arrives home. There's time for him and yourself to review them at length, while the vehicle crew is put in isolation until they can be fully checked out. Montero is silent as the grave while he flips through the images. You look like you've had some really bad news. I don't know. Walk with me. Montero gestures for you to join him outside and strides out into the corridor without any apparent destination. It continues to flip through the pictures and hands you a small stack of copies. I'm genuinely not sure, and I'm not ready to throw out wild theories yet. However, I'd like you to send someone to collect samples from this site immediately. What are you not telling me, Doc? I told you, I'm a scientist first and a physician second. We don't like to throw out hypotheses until there's evidence to support them. Suffice it to say, I'm sure you've noticed the weather has grown more intense lately. At first, I thought it was merely the result of seasons changing. Now, I believe this may have something to do with it. It's obviously man-made. We didn't drill it. That can only mean Elysium. Give me the samples, Ms. Carver. Then I'll be able to tell you more. Dr. Montero turns abruptly down a different hallway, still buried in the photos. There's no talking to him yet. At least sending a rover to that dig site shouldn't take long. Alright. How's Michael doing? It's taken a few days, but Michael has been brightening up a lot since the new venting systems were installed. He's gone back to playing with other kids and toys without getting into fights or destroying anything. The harrowing experience seems to have matured him a little bit, as if he's come to appreciate things like the ability to feel happiness and relaxation, now that he knows what life is like without them. Mom, can I go play with Killian from D-Block? He made a new game on his handbrain, and I want to see. Isn't it almost time for school? We're gonna walk together. I just want to see. Well, all right then, but make it quick, okay? Yeah, I will. Something keeps him rooted to his spot, and going by his expression, you know what he's trying hard to come up. You know that he's trying hard to come up with the words to express a difficult concept for his age. You go down to one knee and try to make yourself look approachable. What is it, sweetheart? Stuff. Come on, you can do better than that. You're 10, for crying out loud. Just... When I was bad all the time, weren't you mad at me? He wipes at his eyes with the back of his hand and begins to sniffle. I'm sorry for... Hey, it's okay. It wasn't your fault, Mickey. How could I be mad at you for something that wasn't your fault? You're my little trooper. Always were, always will be. I was never mad. Well, maybe a little bit. I never wanted to be like that. I love you, Mom. Mickey throws his arms around you for a long hug. Then he separates himself, works up a slight smile as if to tell you it's okay, snatches his handbrain off the table and races out the door to make it in time to play with his friend. I love you too, kiddo. Have fun! He shut the door behind him, which he's left wide open and forgotten. There's no such thing as a normal kid, but this one's definitely something. It's been long enough that you'd almost forgotten you never even wanted children. It would have been nice to live a few more years for yourself. All the same, this has its bright sides. It's good to have your Mickey back. Pity about his dad, though. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, we will investigate, I guess. Oh, but I don't have anything. I can't salvage anything today. Because there's nothing to get. Well, that's not true. There's this. It's just not worth sending out for it. So I guess you are gonna go fetch Janet. I don't know where the mining assets are, is the problem. I go get this Brigman core, I guess. I guess you're idle today. Which is fine. Less power consumption. I need to set up mining. Until I have mining, that's not useful. No, get that done. Okay, well, I guess that's the day. Yep, transport 2 can sit. We're back down to 14 days of supplies. Let us continue. Your rover crew returns to the side of the borehole, only to find the hole conspicuously absent. The hole has collapsed. A few fresh scorch marks at the scene imply this was no natural cave-in. Somebody did this. The crew takes samples and measurements of what little they can reach. It's a lot less than what you wanted. Even so, it will have to do, and they return home with bottles full of rocks, cases full of dirt, and cassettes full of scan readings to be analyzed. Soon after the borehole samples were returned and transferred to Dr. Montero, he sends a message to your handbrain asking you to stop by the infirmary. Something about the casual tone of his request doesn't feel genuine. Your instincts soon prove correct. The doctor's tension is visible from across the room when you enter. The transport crew has a long day ahead of them. Digging Janet's core systems out of this wreckage won't be easy, even compared to the usual challenges of going out into the wasteland day after day. And even with Base and Nina and Janet herself helping out, this might be a rough assignment. Working around the clock on equipment so delicate it might not survive another bump. Night falls before the job is done. And Janet goes offline for the time being. Everything salvageable gets loaded onto the cargo bed, and finally the transport returns home, carrying one of the most critical parts of your new ship. There's one more unusual thing you notice as you enter. There's no one else here. No nurses, no patients, just you. Ah, Ms. Carver. As requested. I assume you would want to be briefed on my findings. Let me be clear. What I have to tell you is a matter of extreme gravity. Mind if I sit in on this one? What the hell are you doing here, Takagi? It's a small town, Lucy. People talk, and I hear things. Here, I think I need to hear a little more. Look, if there's something you need to know, I'll pass it along. That's not... Please, we don't have time for arguments. Who finds out about this is not my concern. Typical scientist. Alright, get to the point. I've completed a preliminary analysis of the samples we've retrieved from the borehole. Preliminary, you understand. However, I'm quite certain that what we saw in those original images is a terraforming well. The purpose of this well is to release stored carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons from deep inside Solitude's crust in an effort to alter the planet's atmosphere to become more like Earth. What makes you so sure, Doc? Because they're using bacteria virtually identical to the ones I designed for the Exodus mission. What? How did Elysium get its hands on your design? That I couldn't tell you. It could be a matter of simple convergent evolution. That, or something very worrying, is going on. Let's not lose focus here. The big question is, what does this terraforming program mean to us? It means the weather is going to continue becoming more extreme. I can't predict what kind of incidents we can expect, but this planet is going to hammer us more and more unless we can halt this terraforming program. We need to destroy any further wells we come across immediately, or the process will become irreversible. I'll have Miss Gorman rig up an extension to your command console that will allow you to track the levels of carbon in the atmosphere. If it's rising, that means there are open terraforming wells in the region. Higher carbon levels will assuredly lead to natural catastrophes that could impact us severely. In the meantime, I'll start work on a compound to eradicate the bacteria to make sure each well we cap will be put out of commission permanently. Prima facie, Elysium's motives here don't make sense. If they have a colony anywhere on or below the planet's surface, they're putting themselves at risk as much as us. There must be a reason behind it. I'd like to find out what that reason is as soon as possible. I'm open to ideas. I do have one suggestion. If they're filling in their own terraforming wells as they go, we could lay a trap for them. First, we'll need to search for another active well. Then we could have one of our newly armed rovers sit in ambush waiting for the Elysians to come back. It's imperative that we seize some of their data, or even better, capture a prisoner. We have to find out what their purpose is before it's too late. We'll take it under advisement. I have a word outside, Lucy? Okay, we'll talk more later, Doctor. Of course, keep me updated. You walk out of the infirmary together with Shen, sensing the tension in his muscles as he walks. You can't help but wonder what's on his mind. Well, I have a single rover. I do not like this storyline. It's accelerating far too quickly. Alright, I'm listening. Well, I've been thinking about what Montero said. I'm not so sure that terraforming this place is a bad idea. There are risks, but we're having to live with risk every day. In the long run, if the planet ends up more like Earth, we'll have a lot more opportunity to become self-sufficient, maybe even to grow. We've got a responsibility to humanity as well as our people. I certainly don't trust Elysium with the fate of our entire species. Let me level with you, Takagi. I think Montero means well. The problem is, he hasn't got an aggressive bone in his body. Filling in the damn terraforming wells would just be pissing against the wind. The only way to solve our problem is to cut the head off the snake. What exactly are you suggesting? We still need to find out where they are. Ambushing them is a solid plan for that, but while we're looking for our opportunity, we should build up our forces to hit them hard. That's the only way we can know we're stopping them for good. Facepalm. You never terraform the planet that you're standing on. That is dumb. It is very dumb. And there's one more thought I had. These Elysiums seem like pretty cold-blooded people. If their own terraforming program is really going to make it risky to live on the planet, I don't think they'd be running without some kind of exit strategy. Aren't you grasping at straws a little bit? A defensive strategy has worked out well enough for us so far. Be that as it may, they want us dead, and that's not about to change. We'll find a solution, but I still hope we don't have to leave a trail of bodies in our wake. Shen says a quick goodbye and walks away, leaving you standing alone outside the infirmary, pondering what to do next. Okay. Seems Elysium's plans include altering the planet to become more Earth-like with disastrous effects on weather and geology. Deal with it as you see fit. Meanwhile, you'll need to send rovers out into the wilderness to find a good spot to ambush and capture an Elysian expedition. Oy, oy, oy. So that's where the well was, but that's where we had something. Okay, the map is just doing shit. Right, I need to continue exploring. This is 7. This is 8. This is 7. To here. I don't want to build anything right now. And I don't really have anywhere to salvage. That's empty. Empty, empty, empty. This has not nearly enough to be worthwhile getting. That's a rover trip. Yeah, I've cleared out all this shit. Empty, 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 empty. So I guess the rovers or the transports are not going out today. Also, and this has been bugging me for a long time, the planet has very low gravity compared to Earth, therefore it has thin atmosphere because it can't retain a thick one, which means that you can't get dangerous storms because the air pressure is too low. That's fair. Not a lot of storms happen on Mars. If this has Mars-like gravity, the most that you have is dust storms. Like, they don't have lightning storms, they have dust storms. I think that they're supposed to be dust storms that just happen to have a lightning component because it's thematically interesting. What if I... Where was it? This, the robotic prospector. That's what I need to deal. Is that a salvage? Or is that an explorer? Here's the prospector. I think it's an explorer. But maybe it's a salvage? No, it's not a salvage. It's an explorer. Okay. That will be the end of the day. Mars has plenty of stores. The very, very strongest ones there would be about 60 miles per hour. That's not too impressive. It's problematic, but it's not actually dangerous. Exactly. End the day. Thank you. So we cost ourselves 1 resource. We're eating into our supplies. Great. Health is great. Morale is good. We're building up power because I've turned off things that are not being made use of. Yep. When we get there, run the probe. I have the power for it. Run the probe. You load a heavy power cell into the slot, pop the orbital shell, and engage the manual overrides. It faithfully beeps and rattles to life. A tiny LCD screen announces the probe's readiness to do its duty. At the touch of the button, the main drill spins up and the bullet-shaped projectile plunges into the ground with barely a hint of resistance. The 2-hour wait is excruciating, but ultimately worth it. The probe emerges from the ground without warning and spits out a data chip containing a detailed report of the surrounding countryside, including several rich veins of metal to be mined. Mission accomplished. The probe thanks you for using it and shuts down. Its single-use parts no longer any good to anyone. Okay. That's what I needed. Urgent news comes from the power room. Time and repeated use have caused the colony's batteries to slip out of calibration, losing approximately 50% of their charge. Recalibration is now underway, which should prevent it from happening again for a while. Yay, us. So some of my stored energy just got eaten by that event. Which is bullshit, I might add. So we've made use of that. Where was the other thing? Screw it. We're just gonna go here. You can drop off some mining stuff here. And we don't have anything else for the other guy. Okay. Power you back online. I don't have anything for Transport 2 to do, so that's the end of the day. Total bullshit. Someone has been diverting power for their own use and made up that excuse. I agree. We're down to 13 days now. It's not good. I don't have enough food. What do you find? A great barrier-like rock formation stands between your colony and the crash site. The colonists have taken to calling it the Shield Wall. Only a few clear paths exist, and when Rover 1 tries an unexplored pass, it's funneled into an unexpected clearing in the rocks. To the crew's amazement, they come across an almost impossibly tall pillar of stone, still standing despite everything Solitude has thrown at it over the centuries. Perhaps the secret to its longevity are the veins of bluish crystal shot through the stone, which slowly pulsate with inner light, completing the breathtaking scene. An analysis of the crystal shows it to be electrically active, like natural batteries filled with the stored energy of many lightning bolts. Theoretically, they could be harvested to yield a hefty 200 power. They are also nearly as hard as diamond. Drilling them out would ruin a lot of machinery. Preliminary estimates say that at least 10 resources. It would also destroy a unique spectacle that your colonists might enjoy visiting during their precious leisure hours. We could drill them out. We could preserve the pillar for tourism. We could come back for it later. Or we could drain the easy-to-reach crystals into energy cells. They didn't tell us what carbon levels were high, so I have no idea what carbon levels is going to help us with. I am going to drain the easy-to-reach crystals into energy cells. Why bother drilling when you can simply take the low-hanging fruit? Your team brings out some electrical leads and fiddles with their placement until energy slowly begins to siphon out of the crystals. It's not quick, but it works. As the siphoning goes on, the loss of charge seems to have a strange destabilizing effect on the crystals. As a whole, as if they're all connected together like a giant system of roots. They begin to flash with unpredictable energies. A crackling sound fills the air, and the crew of are forced to watch as the crystals spit their remaining power into the sky as a form of a massive red lightning bolt. Without electricity, the crystals soon begin to change into dry, loose powder, flaking away in the wind. The great pillar collapses without their support and shatters into 1,000 pieces against the canyon wall. Seems you've gotten everything out of that you were going to get. A full cell and a half, free and ready for use. Yep, that seems like a silly event. It's a long journey as your transport carries the robotic drilling rig to its intended location, the ore deposit at grid marker 147. Once unloaded, the rig settles right into place and sets its crunching, chomping machinery to work on the local stone. So begins the lengthy process of sorting high-grade ore out from all the worthless rock. You should be reaping the benefits within a day or two. This ore deposit will now produce daily resources for collection. Yay! So what does that actually do, I wonder? Oh, that's where the crystal pillar is, but there's a storm warning, so I can't actually salvage anything from there. Rude. Yeah, there's nothing for these guys to do. So I guess that's that. We've got great health. We've got good morale. We've got 13 days of food left. I cannot, for the life of me, find any place to make more food. I don't have any food to salvage anywhere because I haven't explored enough, and I only have the one rover, so it's doing what it can. What did you find? We found another mining module. Awesome. It's not going to be of a huge help, but we can salvage the resources from it today. Yay. Alright, go explore. Go explore this. 39612. Okay, you and you are gonna go here. It just says that it's rising. I don't know what that means. But we're gonna go check out what we found. So we do have a secondary mining module that we could make. We don't have a secondary mining place to use it, so I'm not going to build it. I do have the entertainment module, but again, I'm not going to build it because it's just a drain. I don't have the power to run it every day. And I do have another habitat module, but I'm not trying to expand yet, so we're just going to continue on. Electricity earths itself. It went in the wrong direction. I'll be over here. It's science fiction, Trav. It doesn't necessarily work the way Earth does. I realize that you're frustrated because it's definitely not a reflection of actual physics either. Like, that's the reason why it's fiction. And I know that stuff bothers you. You're good, man. I'm sorry that you're not enjoying this game as much as I had hoped, but it's all good. No, that's not what science fiction is. Yeah, I understand. This is meant to be, yeah, but like this is science fiction leaning hard on fiction, not science. Unfortunately. It's bad science fiction. We will salvage the mining module, and then they're gonna pick up the supplies anyway, so that's fine. But we did mine 2 resources for the collection, so that's not a lot of resources, but it's something. Solitude is starting to show the effects of a climate change as its atmosphere thickens. The winds in particular are growing more powerful, persistently kicking an extra layer of dust into the sky. This heavier blanket blocks out some of the precious sunlight you used to get. Solar output is permanently reduced. Well. What do we find? Soon after the borehole samples were returned and transferred to Dr. Montero, he sends a message to your hand brain asking you to stop by the infirmary. No, we did this. We did this event already. What the heck? I think I just died. G Eridanus has entered a period of heightened stellar activity. Solar flares and increased radiation are already hitting your colony, scrambling systems, causing problems with every kind of machinery in the colony. The anomalies are expected to continue for the next 7 days. Your buildings suffer a penalty to all production. However, increased output on your solar panels gives 10 extra power per day. What is going on here? Yeah, we've done this one. Okay, get to the point. Yeah, we know this. So just going back to that square manually gets this again? That feels like a bug. Whatever. We'll just quickly go through this. Okay. The carbon parts per million are rising. I'm just gonna go find out what's over here. You're gonna go salvage what supplies you can over there. Is there anywhere else that I can salvage supplies that I haven't already? Probably not. Just this place. Fuck it. Go get it. Okay, carbon's still going up. Atmospheric and geological readings are getting more alarming by the day. Your team warns you that exploration is going to become more dangerous in the weeks ahead. What'd you find, buddy? Nothing. The dust storm is killing us. Okay. Our food is really gonna be the thing that kills us. So I cannot produce enough food. Go get him, buddy. That's all anything that's all we can do. Yeah, I'm aware of the food supplies dwindling every day. We're back up to using 24 supplies worth of food. Jeez Louise. Unusual seismic tremors coming out of the north are registering on your instruments. The initial shock and alarm among your scientists soon turns into realization. This isn't the prelude to an earthquake, but signs of active volcanism. A distant volcano in the north must be the culprit. This news represents both danger and opportunity. Volcanic eruptions could be a serious hazard to your people, and if the planet's climate continues to change so rapidly, it might well come to that. On the other hand, increased temperatures in the area might allow for a geothermal power plant to be built there. Perhaps it's an option worth exploring in the future. What'd you find, buddy? There's a lot of unburied bodies left at the crash site, and when your rover crew comes across another undignified field of them, they stop to think. These people deserve to be put to rest properly. On the other hand, there is a practical concern to the colony's continued survival. Stop and do the decent thing, or something else? That is the question. Take the day to bury them, continue exploring the area, or recover the bodies and feed them into the recycler. Biomass is critically valuable. I think this is a recycler. You guys know that I have no problems recycling people into useful things. Waste not, want not. You're well past the point where you can afford to be precious about the dead. They're a resource in their own right, and surely they would have wanted their bodies to be useful to those they left behind, right? Their sacrifice yields 4 units of supplies and 1 resource. Unfortunately, the other colonists are more sentimental than you are, and morale suffers as a result. Well, morale is still good, so I'm not going to worry about it. Quentin Miles, the moonshiner, has not been idle in the time since your last encounter. Turning a blind eye to the black market has allowed it to flourish. It's now doing a brisk trade in skimmed prescription medicine, the pawning personal belongings, and favors. Dealing with the black market is fast becoming part of the usual way of doing business. Miles has even been trying to make political inroads with Shen's opposition, though he has resisted any challenges so far. Mary has more than a few words to say about the situation. This is what I told you would happen. One rotten apple is souring the whole bunch. If we don't deal with Quentin now, we might lose the ability to do so in the future. And putting him on trial would be a waste of time. Nothing will stick, and his supporters will raise a riot if we imprison him without due process. We can arrest him anyway and deal with the mess. Let the situation carry on and just understand that Quentin Miles is probably going to attempt to become in charge. Or arrange for Miles to meet with an accident. Ah, Trav, your bard is showing. Well, we let him carry on, and if he had just continued to just be the local guy who supplies the booze and things and just kept it on the down low, it would have been fine. But he's now starting to become a problem. As Mary said, we can arrest him and deal with the backlash. The morale is actually at a good place. We could probably get away with it, even though they will riot. We could just arrange for him to meet an accident and let his whole built up system fall apart, because he's literally the man in charge, the guy who started it all. What do we want to do? No booze anymore, and we have to eat corpse starch. What happened to this place? Look, corpse starch is a very, very small component of our overall supplies. Really, it is. Alright, I'm going full mobster. I'm a mob boss now. Miles needs to meet with an accident. Assassination is an ugly business, but in this case, Mary doesn't seem reluctant as she could be. I wish I could think of a better way. She sighs and shakes her head. I've got someone who's up to the job. Leave it with me. A few days later, you hear rumors and reports of how Quentin Miles and a couple of his associates were found dead in an apparent murder-suicide. The power vacuum left behind is too big for any of the smaller fries to fill, and Mary deftly keeps them in hand. It isn't much longer before the entire black market operation just falls apart. The only difference from before is the way people look at you in the hallway or the cafeteria. The whispers, the specter of suspicion that will follow you to the grave. Yep. I got people killed. And then I chucked them in the recycler. Whoopsies. Well, I think that's where we end for today. Let's save. No. Let's save in an empty slot. I'm in slot 2 now. Alright. Thank you guys for joining me today on another section of the next world where we are struggle bussing through this thing. There's a lot piling up on fast. I don't know what's going on, and it's hard to do this blind, let me tell you. But we are doing our best here, so thank you for joining me. My name is Mayrin Althea Topher. I stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time, and if that is not your time zone, feel free to head over to Twitch or Blue Sky and put on notifications after following me, so you know when I go live and you can come join me. But if you can't regularly join me live, YouTube, if you're not already there, is also an option. Feel free to subscribe and ring the bell so you know when the VODs go live, so you can keep up with everything that I'm streaming right now. Last but not least, if you're with me live on Twitch, I do raid a friend or make a friend. And here is my bare bones basic channel message to paste into wherever we go. And if you're on YouTube, well, enjoy rating your next video. I hope that you have enjoyed what I've done and that you'll come back and see me soon. In any case, we are going to go raid Psycho Phoenix. She's playing Date Everything, which I finished already, but she's now enjoying Date Everything herself. Let's see how she's doing with her dateables, and give her all the love from me, because Psycho Phoenix is great. She is a sassy Scottish lady who does a variety of games every stream and is always a fun time. So I hope you guys give her all the love from me. And I hope that you also have a fantastic magical time, whether it's morning, evening, day, night, or anything in between. I hope that you guys take care of yourself and that I get to see you again in my stream or in my videos very soon. But until then, you guys, we must raid in 3, 2, 1. Bye!